E já começa aqui, né? Já vai começar leve, né? I shall beat Pharrell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle, such is the will of fate. Only one shall live to the end, and they alone will witness era nova. If I take on Oronyx trial, will the prophecy come to pass for me as well? Regardless, I must give Aglaia an answer. E aí, a gente vai virar um Crisis Hair?
Ah, it's you, Cass. I finished the anthology of poems you lent me. Here it is.
I thought you'd be too preoccupied to find time for reading.
Precisely because of these obligations, I felt compelled to read it swiftly.
Swiftly.
Wouldn't all these preoccupations slow your pace?
On the contrary, knowing that time is limited can push one to overcome their limitations. The weight of these responsibilities seems to have enhanced my reading efficiency.
I understand completely. During my time at the Grove, the closer exams drew, the more efficient I became at tackling everyday mundane tasks. Anything but my actual studies.
Precisely.
A arte do procrastinamento.
As I remember, you and Finon were both disciples of the new Sporists. I assume that Anaxa's exams were as unreasonable as the man himself, correct?
The courses Professor Anaxa taught were Introduction to Alchemy and History of Mythology. And to be perfectly honest, those two courses were the students' greatest nightmares.
The history of mythology taught by the blasphemous great performer himself. I can imagine their fear.
Now that I think about it, students would often rush to the podium during class to challenge him on those blasphemous ideas. May I ask, Lady Aglaia, has your relationship with Professor Anaxa always been like this?
He openly dismisses people's faith and questions the very justification of the Flame Chase journey. Our positions have been destined to be at odds. While you were studying there, I assume you must have heard of his nickname.
Droma Straight and Finery?
As I see it, this nickname is more of an insult to the Dromas. Despite his insufferable arrogance, I do hold a certain respect for his nature as a scholar. To remain true to his principles, he is unafraid to stand opposed to the world, and that requires considerable resolve. Anaxagoras' life is almost like a satire. As a Chrysos heir, he refuses to heed the prophecy, while he disrespects the gods.
The gods have chosen him.
He was indeed chosen by Circes. Is something weighing on you, Cass? The golden thread is quivering. I sense there's more to this exchange than idle chatter.
With all due respect, I'd like to know what you plan to do with him.
In light of his assistance in the battle against the Flame Reaver, I am willing to grant him some time to find a way to remove the core flame. However, if Anaxa decides to make any move that places us in danger, I will not hesitate to take extreme measures.
É claro que você não vai hesitar, né, Aglaia? Sua natureza tomar medidas extremas.
Just as I feared.
The Flame Chase journey is the destined path for the Chrysos heirs. Yet he now seems more like an empty shell, Given his strong sense of self-respect, I trust that Anaxagoras will make the right decision.
Really?
Still, I can't help but hope for another possibility. Perhaps Anaxa will also overcome his limitations, now that he knows time is limited.
I understand your stance. Let's continue this discussion another time. But now, let's greet our guest. You're here.
Não, tô chegando ainda.
Does this mean you're ready to take on Oronyx's trial?
Ai, não.
It seems that this sacred beast is just as indispensable, given their intricate ties to the Titan.
Memmy mem, memmy mem 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 mem, memmy mem memmy mem.
Surrendering the core flame is a Chrysos heir's duty. Your selfless assistance is deeply appreciated. However, I urge you to carefully consider the risks of accepting the trial. Becoming a demigod means forsaking your humanity. You will inherit Oronyx's divinity and bear the time of Amporius, all on your own.
Aí. Condergada. Ah, tá.
From
Tranquilo.
that point onward, your fate will be forever intertwined with ours, never to be separated again, until the end of Genesis.
Vamos ver.
On the contrary, you are
Opa.
the only
Ah,
one who qualifies to attain divinity. Yet, for that very reason, I do not wish to pressure you. It's exceedingly rare to find a capable Chrysos heir. If this path proves unattainable, I am willing to lower my expectations. There are still many priests of Yanissopolis and their descendants in the city. If I'm left with no other option, I'll try to find someone worthy among them.
Isso aqui é uma frase do Dante? If I do not descend to hell, who will?
Mem worry. Memmy memmy mem, memmy mem mem mem, memmy mem mem mem. Mem memmy mem, mem memmy mem 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 hero. Memmy mem mem, mem 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 mem, memmy mem 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 mem, mem mem memmy mem mem.
Titan may be willful at times, but they never caused us any harm.
Memmy mem 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 mem, mem mem mem, memmy mem 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 mem.
It looks like you know that Titan rather well.
Memmy mem mem, memmy mem mem mem, memmy mem 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 mem, memmy mem mem mem, memmy mem mem mem.
Memories that exist outside of your own experiences.
Será que a Mem é um avatar da Oronyx?
I can't explain why, but I can vouch for Mem's words. When I was in the abyss, I heard the Titan's groans, full of pain and grievances, yet without any ill will.
Since you've made your decision, go back to the bath chamber and get some rest. Trinem will call for you when the ceremony is ready. It is difficult for me, as the guide, to absolve myself from blame for things to have progressed to this point. Time and again, you have risen to the occasion for Akima. Nearly rewarding you with some honeydew is no longer able to express the extent of our gratitude. When the dust settles, I hope that we'll have the chance to have a long chat regarding your return journey and the curse of the sky. It's about time that we lift the taboo and discuss things openly.
Já passou da hora. Charlie should go and say hi to Castors, com certeza, sempre. Qualquer oportunidade pra falar com a Castors. Talvez já volto. Deixa eu pegar aquilo ali, se não esqueça. Não vai. Castries! Hello.
Miss, may everything go well for you and Mem.
You need a Glaya for something too?
It's nothing. I only came to discuss some matters with Lady Aglaya. Previously, I lent her an anthology of poems that Lady Trianne had gifted to me. Tracing back, this anthology was something left for Lady Trianne by a bard before their passing. Although personal properties should be cleared out once their owner has passed on, Lady Trianne gave this book to me since she knew how much I like to read.
Oh.
No, it's just an ordinary book. It's definitely not some kind of unique copy. It just contains an allegory. In a faraway land, in a city known as Styxia, a dragon corrupted by the black tide descended one day, swooping upon the city like death itself.
In a faraway land, in a city known as Styxia, a dragon corrupted by the black tide descended one day, swooping upon the city like death itself. Nem se parece com a história do Pyro Dragon Sovereign.
It swallowed the princess of the city whole before it was suppressed. After taking down the evil dragon, the warriors discovered that the princess's life had already met its end. Overwhelmed by grief, the queen hired an alchemist to resurrect the princess using the dragon's flesh and blood. However, having lost memories of her previous life, the resurrected princess turned into an evil dragon herself and wreaked havoc on the city. As a result, the prosperous Styxia met its demise. Mem.
Que dá toda a princesa.
I actually think so too.
Connection. Escolhi a opção certa pra subir a amizade no ZZZ.
The author of this book is Archepia, a wandering bard who traveled to many cities.
Archepia? Posso ver se é Archepia? Pra ver se ele não é um bardo que usa verde e toca harpa.
Among the things she left behind are poems, dictionaries, and many tragicomedy scripts. She even clearly underlined and took notes in books that covered myths with her elegant handwriting. While flipping through these books, I felt like I was afforded a glimpse into the life of Archepia. It felt just like I was traveling with someone that I'd never met before. It was as if she had yet to pass on and was still alive.
É. Ninguém passa pela vida sem deixar sua marca pra trás.
That's right. Writing, drawing, and taking photographs. It seems like human nature to try and leave records of things. Speaking of taking photographs, when I was helping you to take the photo previously, I did not look through the photos in your photo stone out of courtesy. But I'm also very curious about the story of the rosy celestial maiden.
É verdade. A gente não mostrou a Marte pra ela.
Despite having visited many cities in Amphorius, I still understand nothing about the world beyond the sky. If there is an opportunity...
Você é bem-vinda sempre.
Forget it. Let's talk about this in the future. For now, I only hope that you'll be able to complete the trial safely and obtain Oronyx's blessing.
There's anything else to do here. Time to go back and talk to Dan Hung.
May you complete the trial safely and obtain Oronyx's blessing.
Thank you, darling. Não tem que parar. Have you heard? Cara, por um momento eu achei que era o Sunday. Dá pra pegar? Não. E aí, Final Citizens Assembly?
That's right. Oh, partner, you're back just in time. This is something that the both of you should probably know.
More trouble?
I wouldn't call it trouble. I just think it will be favorable if the both of you understand the situation in Akima better.
Do you remember the Council of Elders that was on our heels previously? It seems like they've made their move.
Some background information for you. The Council of Elders is an authoritative body in Amphorius, made up of different city representatives. They hold legislative power over the Holy City, and are in charge of presiding over the Citizens' Assembly held once every few years. This is the most important social event of Akima. It is highly influential, and can even affect what happens to the Flame Chase journey.
Apesar de que, duvido que a Glai vai deixar isso passar. Sociology class. Então a Glai não é a manda-chuva?
Despite her vision and wisdom that spans across thousands of years, even she cannot win over the hearts of everyone.
Nunca passei Nunca fui bem nas aulas de sociologia. Perhaps we should retake some exams next time we visit Paperfoot University. Paperfoot University é a universidade em Penacone, né? Tell me more about the Citizens Assembly.
Every 5 to 10 years, the Council of Elders organizes a Citizens Assembly at Dawncloud. During the assembly, the representatives will vote on major issues, such as whether the Chrysos heirs led by Aglaya should still hold the right to govern the Holy City, and whether the Titan's conquest should continue.
Sounds like some sort of system to balance the heroes and the mortals.
That is correct. However, the problem lies in the fact that there are ill-intentioned extremists in the Council of Elders. They view the Citizens' Assembly as a way to restrain the Chrysos heirs and hope to take complete control over the Flame Chase journey. We can refer to them as the opposition. During the assemblies held in the past 100 years, the voices supporting the opposition have been growing stronger in the shadows. It's only thanks to Aglaya that the Flame Chase journey has been able to continue to this day.
Isso tá perto de mudar, né?
The Citizens' Assembly is just around the corner. But this time, there seems to be a new variable to the situation.
Is it us? Is it me? Is it Anaxa? Is it me?
Me?
An interesting train of thought. But the Council of Elders has another target in mind.
I'm afraid that the Council of Elders might want to take advantage of Professor Anaxa.
Eu acho que é o contrário, viu? Não é eles que querem tirar vantagem do Anaxa, e sim o Anaxa tirar vantagem deles.
Aglaya will surely take back Cersei's core flame. But with Anaxa's current condition, it's so unique that nobody knows how taking the core flame away from him will affect him. He has always been someone that is only concerned about his own research. I'm certain that he must want to escape from the monitoring of the Golden Thread and protect himself. If the opposition were to offer an olive branch at this time.
You suspect that he might betray the Flame Chase journey and defect towards the Council of Elders?
Anaxa has never believed in the prophecy, so technically it cannot be considered a betrayal. However, he has taught many Chrysos heirs, and has long been considered an important ally of Akuma. I truly do not wish to see comrades turning on one another.
Final. Mas tá com cara disso ser inevitável. E aí, Gabi? I have a better understanding of the full picture now. Is there anything that you can do?
As I believe in his character, I plan to plead with Aglaya and try to buy more time for him. Then, the greatest way in which you can help is for you to know what I am fighting for.
E pelo que você tá lutando. We understand. Thank you for being honest with us. Não terminou ainda? Mas deu pausa e tal, tá o dia inteiro. Things are piling up again. Son of man. We tied up with Oronyx trial, and while I'm preparing to visit the grove to uncover clues about the world beyond the sky, okay? Like they are going to be easy to deal with. Nada disso tá parecendo ser fácil.
Allow me to apologize for the fact that we always seem to be troubling you. I hope that Oronyx will show more benevolence and be more accommodating. I remember that they seemed quite fond of you back in the Abyss.
Nossa, mas se foi barrado só por 2 ou 3 horas e tá quase o dia todo ainda, Você é louco, quest gigante da porra. Será que é mais uma de 10 horas?
Go and rest and regain your strength. We'll meet at the vortex in a few days. Oh, right. You can read this scroll if you want to find out more about the Council of Elders and the Citizens' Assembly.
Nossa, vai ser uma parede de texto, não é? É, sabia! Ah, saquei. É, pelo jeito é mais uma quest enorme. Ah, cara. Ah, tranquilo. Cara, eu quero mesmo saber. O cenário político de Alckmin. A resposta é não. Valeu, Fire. Ih, quem disse que eu quero dormir aqui do lado da RAM? It's just as I suspected. The troubles afflicted in the Flame Chase journey aren't just external issues. The complex internal politics and interpersonal relationships are also exacerbating the problem. We can't let our guard down yet. I have to find out where we stand in this large interwoven web. Nossa, tô inteligente, cara.
Nervous.
It's not that soon. There are still a few more days until then. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I feel like a sitting duck. Speaking of which, I don't recall seeing any rubber duck toys in the bath of Alckmin. It seems like they only have these seals. I just hope that everything goes well. After all, as someone who has earned the gaze of an Aeon, you should be able to overcome the trial of a regional god just fine. I feel easy. For os deuses aqui, for os relativos aos Eons. We've also knowingly gotten used to sleeping with the midday sun shining bright above our heads. Get some rest. Perhaps a new phase of our Trailblazer expedition in the forest is about to begin. Então vamos descansar.
Esteemed one, Oronyx's vacant totem awaits. If you have already made your preparations to become a pillar of Amphorius, please, step forward.
Carinha de smug da Estel. Oi, linda.
Miss, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what I should say to help calm your nerves.
Só falar que toma um cafezinho comigo depois.
Oh, right. Perhaps something like, as long as you can successfully complete this trial, the rest of the flame chase journey will be smooth sailing? No, that sounds a little strange. Don't worry. It won't take up too much of your time. Don't worry. You'll definitely make it back alive? Oh. Sorry. It seems like I've made the mood even heavier. In any case, may everything go your way.
E aí, final.
Accepting a Titan's trial is a very peculiar experience. I'm afraid that I'm not able to accurately describe it. You can only go and experience it for yourself. I believe that you'll be able to pull it off.
É o protagonista, né? Tem que falar com a Trinon. Dá pra falar com a Tribe antes? Não. Fala, o que você quer?
Still vividly recall when you entered the vortex of Genesis for the first time. At that time, I could never have imagined that a guest from beyond the sky would shoulder the fate of Amphorius.
Apesar de não ser incompetente.
Don't feel burdened. Just like during the trial of strife, Trinon and Finan will be waiting for you outside. If something unforeseen were to occur, they will intervene in the trial and rescue you. May Catherine bless you.
Ei, Trinon,
Little
Tribe.
Grey and Mem, thank you.
Não.
Your resolves cannot be questioned. We praise your pure selflessness and courage. May Kefali light your path forward.
Obrigado, Trinon.
Get ready to assume Oronyx's divinity, Trailblazer.
Thank you, Tribe.
The divine position of Oronyx has already been vacant for some time. We can feel the space of the trial closing. As there isn't much of their soul left, we'll have to complete the ceremony before their soul completely dissipates.
É claro que vai ter até tempo limite pra isso. Não me acostumei a apagar fogo. Que carinha da Mem.
The eighth core flame coveted by the miracle that once belonged to the great veil of Evernight, Oronyx. It shall now be returned by the two elected heroes of the Chrysosairs. A traveler who is upright and courageous, and a sacred beast that invokes miracles.
Chama de Mem, gente, pelo amor de Deus.
Both of you, please, come forward. Recite along with us. O Majesty of the 12 Titans, pillars of the world. We seek your divinity to mend the rifts of the world.
Como ninguém tá indo. Mem.
Fill our bodies with blood of gold, till we wither in willing service to the prophecy.
I don't think I have gold blood. Como assim, mano?
These are just words meant to make the prayer seem more solemn. Please, focus.
Aí, toma. Toma chamada da Trina por querer ser besta.
And surrender the core flame.
Press and hold.
Oronyx. Their soul has been waiting for a long time.
Perhaps they're also quietly waiting for the arrival of their successor.
Wait for my return, my friends. I love all of you. And wait for my return, my friends.
The last time I heard this, things didn't turn out that well.
Joga na cara do Final mesmo, mocreia.
Don't worry, Aglaya. She's tougher than I am, right?
Você vai ter seu momento, Final, pra você calar a boca dessa mulher. Bora.
Traveler from beyond the sky, let us pray that the Titan acknowledges your worthiness.
Sou o protagonista, Trina, relaxa.
Although she loves cracking jokes at inopportune times, her determination is as strong as the Chrysos heirs. She will definitely succeed. While she's away, I would like to have a chat with you, Aglaya.
Ih, papo de gente séria agora. Ela já sabe que é sobre o Oronyx.
Speak. I'm listening.
Slap, slap!
Slap, slap.
Wake up!
E aí, mem?
How is it? How do you feel?
Finalmente perguntaram depois de um patch inteiro. Como que você fala?
Right? I think that it's amazing too. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Calma. Essa joia no peito da Mem é a mesma pedra que traz mau agouro lá? Pra cidade da Tribe?
I have such a cute voice. It must be because of all the memories that I collected. They allowed me to grow beyond expectations. Also, listen. The words of the Titan are becoming clearer.
Sua voz nem parece a da Marte, só que mais fina. Mother? Tell your children not to hear my words?
It hurts. Have I finally reached the end? Or the years of isolation coming to an end?
Tadinha.
since the figure draped in the black cloak robbed them of their core flame, they have been relegated to waiting in isolation in such a confined space. We are going to help alleviate their pain, right? Memories broken. Mother, where? Mother? Who are they calling out for?
Isso aqui não é lugar novo não, né? Não, não é não. I remember you.
Skyfather has gazed upon you.
Mm-hmm.
Mother is calling for you.
Does Sky Father refer to Fully? Agora vai falar titanês. The Titan's words are indistinct. Each syllable emerging from the mist seems to be cloaked in frost. Symbolizing memory, tá? Beleza, é o Fully. Eu não quero nem imaginar o que o Fully quer comigo. Who is your mother? A majestic voice pierces through the golden mist, reaching the unseen mountain walls in the distance, reflecting and returning to your ears as an echo. Within the echo, you seemingly could make out the cry of a baby.
Mother is no longer responding.
É a Marty, né? Porque ela tá em coma, por isso que não tá respondendo. We've come to you because of something important.
Something important. An important matter. Oronyx, listen to me. Aren't you tired? Throughout the long years, you have always been protecting the fate of Amphorius. Each time people draw strength from within their memories, every single ripple falls onto your shoulders. There's no need for you to bear this any longer, Oronyx. From today onwards, someone else will bear time on your behalf. This is why we have come. Freedom. Freedom.
Freedom!
I want freedom. Oh, poor child. Everything will be fine. Let us help you. You can have a good rest now. What's up on you, big fella? You have potential, strength, willpower, powerful, and tenacious.
senso de responsabilidade ou de ficar sério em momentos sérios?
Just one thing.
Que é?
Lacking something. What is it? What you lack is a future.
Ih. É isso aí, eu vivo no momento. É isso aí, eu vivo no momento.
Future? Traveler from the sky. You should have dissipated already.
Como assim?
The gaze from the Sky Father. Stabilize your form.
Não entendi.
Because from the moment you cross the sky, your life was cast away. Right now, you are simply a collection of walking memories. What? How is that possible?
Você quer dizer que eu já estou morto? Ou morta?
The space is collapsing. Someone must inherit the authority of time. If the pillar is lost, the laws of time will collapse. Emphorius will succumb to eternal disorder.
What about the trial? Revive quickly. Você não explicou nada.
Time never compromises, never bears grudges, never forgives, never makes a choice. Child of humanity, Titans, Mother, Sky Father. Time restrains everything that exists in this world. Oronyx's divinity is dissipating? Is the trial coming to an end? Pathstrider of remembrance, my strength, I shall entrust it to you.
Só manda.
The fate of the world, if you wish to save it. Go and find your future that has been stolen. Even if that means you'll have to cheat death. You'll have to challenge that hand of shadow clasped with unyielding fingers.
Before the passing of 1593 hours, go forth and reclaim your future. This is the true trial of time. Ok. a mimir. You're finally awake. I'll keep it simple. You succeeded. Oronyx has entrusted you with their divinity. Now you're no different from a demigod of Amphorius. However, Ma'am has told me about what happened during the trial. They are still explaining things to the others and told me to bring you back to your room and to rest first. Não fica triste, Dan. Ou, não, o mais importante. Então, qual é o meu superpoder? For you to be able to say that even now, you're truly impressive. There's something that I never told you. Você não vai se confessar pra mim, né, Dan? When we landed on Amphorius, our car was pierced by Nicador's lance. Do you remember? Back in the ruins of the abyss, this was what I said. I passed out when our car got hit. I blacked out too, but not before dragging you out. It's a good thing we were in the car, or we would have been crushed to pieces. Actually, my account kind of made light of the situation. What actually happened was much more complicated. Eu fui atingido pela flecha? Caralho. You were severely injured back then, several wounds still bleeding profusely. Struggled to carry you out and used the last of my strength to stem the bleeding. But then I was also hit by a falling rock and lost my consciousness. The last time I checked, you still weren't breathing, but when I regained consciousness, I saw that you were alive and full of energy, so I never brought this up again. Foi nocauteado por uma pedra. Não, como eu voltei pra vida? I'm not sure whether the gaze of Foley has anything to do with this matter, but according to the Titan, you are living in the form of a memory right now, just like those objects of the past in the miracles of Oronyx. Perhaps Mem is the anchor rope that ties you to the present. I had assumed they couldn't stray too far from you, but the truth might be the exact opposite. Cry for me. Stella, don't do something. It's not time for us to despair yet. There must be a way to save you. Oronyx mentioned finding your stolen future and cheating death. Considering Maida's indestructible body, it seems to suggest that there is some kind of miraculous power in Amphorius that can even reverse death. The key seems to lie with the Hand of Shadow, whose whereabouts are unknown. Então eu tenho 15 horas para achar esse desgraça e ninguém sabe onde ele tá.
Hey, are you all right?
Hello.
I heard you two talking about Thanatos. Cass is also very concerned about the warning. She has left the vortex and returned to the garden. Shall we go and look for her? Thanatos is the Titan that Cass has always been looking for. Regardless of whether there are any clues, there's probably no one else that understands death better than her.
Let's do that.
Oh, right. There's something that I have to tell you. The Chrysosairs already know everything that has happened to you. I was too worried, so I told them everything. Please don't hate me, okay?
Você é uma boca aberta, hein, man? Not the time for sorrow yet. Então vamos procurar a Linda. Castolinda. Subir a banheira. Não é pra você que tá aqui com ela? Tem alguma coisa nova pra falar, Glória?
The golden threads foretold you.
Tem não, tá bom.
Miss, I'm right here.
Thoughts has concluded one step at a time.
Please stay there and slowly turn around.
What? For some reason, you feel you have seen this scene before. You want to turn your head. Ah, tá. That's your face. Then a chill seeps through your skin, spread into your veins. Your heartbeat begins to slow. Just remembering the near-death experience, you gotta stay on guard. No, tadinha, né? Remembering the near-death experience, you gotta stay on guard. Your vision blurs and cold reality fades into a purple ocean. E aí, Polar? O meu tá lotado de coisa ainda. And then...
Please pardon me.
A subtle fragrance of an unnamed flower fills your senses, its sweetness making you forget the need to breathe. Tirar printzinho. You realize you are still alive. No, to be more precise, your death was not thorough. The coldness of the initial touch disperses as quickly as it came, and replacing it is a third touch of fingertips, and a tremble born of trepidation, and originated from a certain lanky arm. Her quivering finger gently brushed against your cheek, causing a faint tickle. Se eu já tô morto, ela pode tocar a gente, né?
Just as I expected. I cannot feel anything.
Invade my personal space. Eles diminuíram as gemas? Aí é foda. Castries, you're shaking.
Back at the Grove, I was puzzled as to why you were not affected by my curse. I thought that it might have been the special ability of a traveler from beyond the sky. Never did I expect that this would be the true reason. I'm sorry. I should have noticed that something was amiss earlier.
Né? Tiraram tudo? Caralho.
Miss, if my abrupt behavior just now offended you, I hope that you can forgive me.
Tá tranquilo, Caçolinda.
I'm just thinking, if your soul has really left your body, as a mortician, I might be able to trace where it has gone to.
As mensagens do celular ou quando fala com eles a primeira vez no trem? Se for do celular, pode ser, eu recebi o da Fugue hoje, mas eu não lembro se eu peguei gema. I'm just thinking, if your soul has really left your body as a mortician, I might be able to trace where it has gone to.
Cass, did you find anything?
Estranho. Pior que eu realmente não lembro se eu peguei gema da fuga ou não. A Castorice não mandou mensagem ainda.
My apologies. Not as of yet. Perhaps I have overestimated my capabilities. But, Miss, would you be willing to let me try again? This time, I'll increase the area of contact slightly. Perhaps the result might be different this time.
Não, eles até têm. Porque quem pegou a Glaia recebe. But Missão, would you be willing to let me try again? This time I'll increase the area of contact slightly, perhaps. There's no harm in trying again.
I have never touched the living in this way before. If my actions are in any way disrespectful, I hope that you can forgive me.
Castrice once again places her palm on her face. Her shivers calm somewhat this time. É a mesma? Não, ela tá mais séria agora.
I seem to have caught a glimpse of something. Your soul is currently roaming someplace and cannot find a way to escape. But perhaps it might not be a bad thing. If your soul is still wandering around, it means that we still have time. We have a chance to find it before the fingers of Thanatos sweep everything away.
Então minha alma tá por aí.
Clues. Just a few more. I need more guidance.
O que você descobriu?
The connection has been severed. With my strength, I'm not able to trace it.
Deve ser o Fully, desgraçado.
It was me. I was a little too hasty. Don't worry, miss. Although we currently have no leads, I will do my best to search for the whereabouts of Thanatos, bring back their core flame, and personally return to you the life that you have lost too soon.
Não, então deixa pra lá. Isso aí é spoiler, não precisa falar não. It was me, I was a little too hasty, don't worry, Miss Orf, although we couldn't have no leads, I will do my best to search for the whereabouts of Thanatos, bring back their car flame, personally return to you.
I know that I'm lacking in confidence, but I hope that you can keep this promise of mine in mind. Before I manage to deliver on this promise, please do your best to hang on.
Tranquilo.
Amphorius needs you.
Live on bravely. I'll do my best.
Lady Aglaia and Lord Finon are currently discussing some matters in the paths. They're worried about you too. If possible, please go there and let them know that you're well. Although, I don't actually know whether your current situation can be described as well.
Não, eu tô tranquilaço.
Also, please accept this Styxian fable. Reading can help one to focus and relax. I hope that reading this can help tide you through this difficult period.
A collection of fables passed down from the city-state of Dragon and Waves, Styxia, compiled by the Ardes Archep... Ah, tá. Ah, o livrinho dela. This copy is gifted to casters by Trienne, the Dragon and Empresses. And the dragon's wings first swept across Styxia like waves crashing against the rocks. All from the poor to the rich, from the curious to the fearful, looked up in awe. Dragon, dragon, why are you silent and sorrowful? The princess climbed to the high tower where the dragon made his nest, gently stroking its forehead with pity. The dragon wings revealed decaying flesh, blackened pus poured from within. The distant black tide had transformed it into a monster. It opened its mouth and swallowed the compassionate princess whole. A great disgrace! We must avenge her! The archers with silver bows and blacksmiths with hammers gathered 700 warriors, swearing to cut open the dragon's belly and rescue the princess. It was a fierce battle. Stone-shattered columns fell until the dragon was riddled with countless bone-exposing wounds, bled black blood, and perished. The princess pulled from the dragon's belly was already lifeless. My child, born of my flesh and blood, how could I allow you to perish before me? The grieving queen summoned the kingdom's most precious treasure and called upon an alchemist. In the high tower, the alchemist set a ritual drawing the dragon's bones and gathering its souls, hoping to reshape the scattered flesh of the dragon into the reborn form of the princess. But how could the corrupted flesh of darkness give birth to a pure white flower? The princess resurrected from death, extended her claws and unfurled her massive bony wings, and devoured every last soul in the city. Carai. As the evil dragon's wings finally cast the shadow of death over Styxia, none, be they poor, rich, weeping, or trembling, could resist its grasp. Styxia owns a land of treasured glory. Your people, until their last breath, refuse to blame you, refuse to blame the loving queen, the valiant centurion, the wise mage, or the kind princess, only lamenting the inevitable and unstoppable black death that sealed their fate. Archep's note. Oh, this story holds great value. If this is true, then it was the evil dragon that brought death to Styxia. But where is the dragon now? The one who once took the form of the princess. Quem será?
Lady Aglaia and Lord Finon are currently discussing some matters in the paths. They're worried about you too. If possible, please go there and let them know that you're well.
Ah, tá falando mesma coisa.
Although, I don't actually know whether your current situation can be described as well.
Yeah.
They're here.
Cheguemos.
Partner! Hyacinth said you definitely wake up. How do you feel?
So this entire world knows about this now. She can even take the pulse of someone's dead. It feels quite cool being the part. Yeah.
That's the medical prowess of the Twilight Courtyard. Amazing, isn't it?
You've completed the trial of time. And I have to admit that the process went better than I expected. Even in the end, that Titan's heart still showed a soft spot for humankind. However, I never expected that two people who have cheated death would appear in Akima at the same time.
At the same time? Por quê? Quem é a outra?
That's what we have been talking about. Mighty has been in Akima for such a long time, but has no one thought to study his indestructible body?
Ah, entendi.
If there were even any minor breakthroughs, we wouldn't be as clueless as we are right now.
Ah, mas calma. Ah, at the same time. Tá, não significa que os dois chegaram ao mesmo tempo, é. Burro. Tá, o Maide e eu.
Many have had this idea, but so far there have been no results. If it were successful, Thanatos wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Nevertheless, now is not the time for us to give up. At the very least, we can still see a glimmer of hope. Cypher. If anyone in this world knows the whereabouts of death, it would be her.
Por quê?
I'll try and get her to return to Akima, but do be prepared for a less than ideal outcome. Please understand that throughout the history of Amphorius, no one has ever managed to escape the clutches of death. At the end of time, Thanatos silently awaits all.
Is this supposed to be comforting?
Don't take it to heart, partner. After all, you've already created countless miracles along the way, right?
But before that, just...
Foi, Aglaya. Spit it out.
What's wrong, Aglaya?
Omens always come in pairs. A tiny air current will eventually brew into a storm that tears the sky apart. It's Anaxagoras. He has initiated contact with the Council of Elders.
In the end, it has still come down to this.
Não tem o que fazer, gente. O cara não quer fazer bagulho com vocês.
I earnestly hope that your assessment of him is accurate, Finan. Otherwise, the efforts of my teacher and I over the past millennium might be reduced to dust because of that great performer.
Point of view do Anaxa. Not long ago. Ah. O Anaxa no submundo?
I'm back here again.
É, pelo jeito é.
I remember this dream. This realm is covered in a silk-like fog, and the land is barren and harsh. The crowd of travelers leaves tracks everywhere.
Porra. Até antes de falarem que ele é o VA do Wise, eu não tinha ligado uma voz na outra.
Hey, excuse me. What is this place? Where in Amphorius are we?
Que isso?
The mutters of the traveler are in a language I'm unable to comprehend. Or perhaps they're just distracted and ignored my question.
Tell me, which Titan reigns over this land? And how do I find them?
Hand of Shadow.
Hand of Shadow Thanatos. Could this possibly be the Netherrealm?
The Netherrealm.
Not Netherrealm.
Then where is this? River of Souls? The outskirts of the Netherrealm? Are you heading downstream toward the Netherrealm?
The Netherrealm. Nothing but an illusion. Titan rejects you, me.
Tamo no limbo.
Listen.
What? The traveler lifts their wrinkled fingers and remains silent. I look in the direction they are pointing and listen closely. There. A massive shadow brought the sound of rushing tides. The sound of tides. I can hear it. I hear it, deep within the tides, beyond the closed gates of the void world. A voice, about to recount something.
Child of humanity, is it death's embrace you yearn for with such urgency?
Cypher.
Oh, you have awoken. Welcome back to the mortal realm. Your consciousness is dissipating much faster than I expected. Ultimately, it seems like the Titan's core flame is incompatible with a mortal body.
How much longer can my consciousness remain in the mortal realm?
In my estimation, at best, you'll see 15 more entry hours.
Ih, tamo junto, Anaxa.
15 days and nights.
15 and 3 hours.
What is it? Are you finally starting to become attached to the mortal world now?
On the contrary, 15 days feels a little too long for solving a singular problem. Stop giggling. It's time for us to go. The messenger from the Council of Elders is almost here.
Let me ask you one more question. Are you really planning to betray Aglaya's will?
What betrayal is there to speak of when I was never loyal to her to begin with?
Exatamente.
What about that white-haired student of yours? Acting so recklessly, do you not care about what might happen to him?
Carinha de sorriso dela.
There will be a price to pay for blind faith. This is also a lesson for Finan.
You truly are a strict teacher.
Of course. This is how I've always been.
Dá pra colocar ele? Dá. Calma aí. Eu não sei que time é bom pra ele. Cadê a Trivi? Não passa. Ah, não passa com ele então. Gente, cadê a mulher? Aqui. Pô, mas eles vão se encontrar onde a Aglaia mais vive.
All things are connected by origin and are made of the same essence.
Ah, não dá pra ver de história.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord Inexagaris.
Robô?
It's been a while, Lord Inexagaris.
Porra é essa?
I greet you on behalf of all the citizens of Akima and express my deepest regret about what happened at the Grove of Epiphany.
It's you. I never expected that you would personally come and meet me.
By carefully into Lantern above, I have come as a testament to the justice of the Council of Elders.
There are Antikytherans here? They have been a rare sight ever since the Chrysos War.
Antikytherans.
I extend to you my utmost respect, revered Titan. I am Lycurgus, though you may call me Lygus, holding an honorary position within the Council of Elders in Akima, and as the Fioros, I stand to protect the right of all upright citizens to express themselves freely.
You can see them too?
You know about us. We Antikytherans perceive the world through the amplitude and frequency of souls. Just as I am conscious that Lady Aglaia is secretly listening in on our private meeting from afar. If necessary, Lord Inexagaris, I can sever the golden thread to protect your fundamental rights.
The demigod should know better, for such is her station. Spare those poor threats, and just let her listen to my words. They shall serve only to unveil her own folly.
May I interpret this as you having a countermeasure?
Tá com medinho da Aglaia?
I need not any plan, because she can do nothing other than petty espionage. As the Citizens' Assembly approaches, and with Oronyx's fall, any attempt to capture the core flame within me will only usher chaos and calamity. A truth she undoubtedly comprehends. While I, Inexagaris, serving as the Grove's special envoy to Akima's Citizens' Assembly, have long known the extent of your abilities. Let's forego the formality of asserting authority, Lord Lygus. Lead the way.
Very well. Surely Lady Kindness would appreciate such assertiveness in an ally. She's been waiting. Follow me, please.
Nossa, quanta frescura, cara. Nenhum Cries of Air tem isso.
Is there Is something on your mind, Lord Anaxagoras?
Nothing, really. It's just a question that I'd contemplate every time before I ascend to Dawncloud. For the Titans, does the falling equate to death?
Ah, a pondering truly deep. Time is on our side. Do you mind sharing your reflections with me?
While all living beings must ultimately face their demise, Kefali has yet to meet theirs. Their journey continues unhurriedly along this long path.
Are you suggesting that Kefali may not have truly passed?
Yes. For dying implies an ongoing process, an action. Whereas death signifies a static state, a definitive termination. In contrast to mortals, Titans exist on a grander scale of space and time, thus elongating their passage into death. The notion of their fall is but a misinterpretation born of mortal ignorance.
An intriguing concept, albeit challenging to substantiate. After all, Kefali has maintained a profound silence ever since the era Arasa, while scholars and priests alike have conveyed the message of the gods' imminent fall.
Perhaps the gods in their arrogance deemed it beneath them to reveal their perspectives to mortals.
Could you elaborate on your statement?
Circes, the kin of the Skyfather as recounted in myths, now resides within my brain. Were I to inquire, Kefali would have no cause to refuse.
Oh.
That very well could be true. But what if the world-bearing Titan still chooses to remain silent?
In that case, the myths crafted by the people of Amphorius are nothing more than pitiful jests.
It's worth a try. I believe, and I'd love to witness the fruits of your theory and the change it may bring to this imperiled world.
Não gosto do jeito que esse robô fala, velho.
Because I completely concur with you on this aspect. If the Titan has indeed met their end, any response from them would be impossible. Please, Professor.
Que porra é essa?
The children of humanity have indeed created a spectacle.
Welcome to Dawncloud. The atmosphere here carries a greater sense of solemnity than the mundane clamor of the Memorial Palace, with entry permitted only to the invited.
Ou seja, só elitezinha tosca.
Only esteemed beings grace this place, and among them I've received priests, scholars, warriors, and now we even have the honor to be in the presence of a Titan. Oh, what a joyous occasion.
Once deemed a blasphemer, now a surrogate for revered divinity. The honor should rightfully be mine, shouldn't it?
Tá com... tá com invejinha?
I'll notify Kindness and the others of your arrival. Kindly wait for a moment. A soldier will be here to guide you shortly. In the meanwhile, you're welcome to explore the vicinity, but kindly remain within the guard's view. Delaying the crucial meeting is something none of us wish to see, I presume.
I'm well aware of Kindness's methods. There's no need to emphasize that.
As you wish. Your cooperation's much appreciated.
Tá, robozinho irritante.
Alas, I had hoped for a brilliant plan from you, but it turns out you just left one cage to enter another.
Save your concerns. I know very well what I'm doing.
I shall depart to explore the surroundings then. Now that I look around, I wonder if there are any murals bearing my portrait around here. I'm quite intrigued to see how the children of humanity beyond the grove perceive another Titan.
Off you go. I won't be joining you. This Titan appears to be quite at ease. I should investigate the Council of Elders' recent activities first.
Be aware, I can hear you perfectly well from here.
Demigod Council. Downcloud. Cidade dos Frescos. Por que tem dois? Tem um arco-íris. Mais um baú.
I suppose I can just ignore this.
Olha o olho ali do Titã do Céu. Pequenininho, senhor Titã. Ah, o bagulho dos 13 titãs. Caralho, bonitão o lugar, hein? Here the world-bearing Sky Fathers spill their golden blood into the immortal lake. The golden blood flows down whispering waters, as dawn rises with the mists. No words ever break the solemn silence, and the volcano's heart beats no more. Interessante. À direita. Deixa eu quebrar você que eu não tinha visto.
Even blasphemous scholars can come here, it seems.
Ih, cara, se fecha.
Looks like my presence here is quite unwelcome.
Também não vou falar com você agora. Vou pegar baú.
Go melt it down.
Ah, tá. Os velhos eu faço depois. The butterfly lose all. Human, pour your sorrows and troubles out to me. I cannot resolve them. But I'll keep blessing you quietly, always and forever. This Yuri. Pronto. Valeu. Ah, não posso entrar ainda. Eu não posso entrar mesmo, sei lá. Wizened Priest, falei isso, velho.
Anaxagoras, I thought that you had died to the Black Tide, just like the other scholars.
As Kephale's priest, are you not aware of the decorum of respecting the dead?
Surely you jest. You blasphemous heretics are not worthy of respect from the Supreme Being. Let me remind you that you're currently in Dawn Cloud, so you'd better keep your deranged language to yourself. I am no longer that altar servant from years ago, who could only acquiesce to the commands of others. Now, I have plenty of ways to deal with people like you.
I'm not sure whether I should laugh or cry right now. I can't believe that a follower such as you could have been made by a creation titan. As I see it, a dead titan can't provide you with this level of confidence, right? Then who is it exactly? Could it be kindness?
You. Seeing how fond of you Elder Kindness is, I shall let that slide for now. Leave immediately, and don't impede us from receiving the Supreme Being's blessings.
Seeing as we were able to hear of this matter from the mouths of others, it seems that kindness is indeed quite sincere toward us. Perhaps this affair will proceed smoother than I had anticipated.
Oh my, what a thrilling confrontation. As expected of one of Kephale's followers.
Are you praising or insulting him?
Praising him, of course. As a believer of the God of Deliverance, it is only natural that he detests evil.
Didn't you hear me? I asked you to leave. Go as far away from here as possible. Don't mutter to yourself like some sort of madman and disturb my meditation.
Cara, tá com a cara de que o Anaxa tá aqui só pra pegar informação. Não pra trabalhar com a Aglaia, mas pra facilitar a vida dos outros. E agora quem vai?
Professor Anaxa!
Young Scribe.
Over here!
Celestial Ambrosia. Depois eu faço você. Dawncloud, such a complex place. Luckily, the winds here aren't too strong, so my flames can burn peacefully. Speaking of which, I overheard a question earlier that and couldn't come up with a good answer, and thinking about it for a while. An elder, a priest, and a wealthy merchant, and a crisis heir are trapped in the same ruins. They all want to get out alive, so they all want to give orders to others. The elder says they represent the people, the priest says they represent the titans, the merchant claims to have a lot of balance coins in the city, and the crisis heir is mighty and strong. So who among these four is most likely to have the final say? Eu vou chutar mercador. So money is the best motivator. If the merchant is willing to share the wealth, everyone will follow their lead. Indeed, as they say, money makes the world go around. People might even do bad things for money, but if the merchant only give up their wealth because we're forced to, how should we view that? What a complicated question. I'll stop bothering. Não era a resposta certa? Era só uma conversa? Ah, então acabou. Você tá bem, filho? Abra a boleta ali. Making progress day by day. Moths are always drawn to light, but diving straight into the fire is not wise. Dreams should be pursued step by step. Approach the flame a little more each day, and after 100 days, you won't fear standing in it. Today, training ends here. The rest will wait for tomorrow. Take your barulhinho.
Go melt it down.
Professor Anaxa? Word has it that the scholars of the Grove valiantly perished resisting the Black Tide. To find you here safe and sound, thank the Fates.
You could say it's the Fates toying with us.
It's only the Crimnoans and Idonians who chase glory through death. But your survival is a victory in itself. I'd settle for that gladly. So, are you here to report the incident to the Council? I heard that after the Black Tide devoured the Grove, Akuma would be next in line, even with the demigod of strife standing alongside humankind.
Tell me, how much does the Council of Elders know about the Black Tide?
Once Kindness and her followers learned of Circe's and Oronyx's fall, they proclaimed in the council that the Flame Chasers could no longer stand against the calamity alone.
Vocês podem?
Yet, when the Crown Prince ascended to godhood and repelled the Black Tide, she immediately altered her tune, declaring that all was resolved beyond Akuma, with the only remaining menace now being Aglaya and her adherents. They might well make their move at the upcoming Citizens' Assembly.
Coup d'etat?
No surprises there, those shifty opportunists. Thank you for your honesty, virtuous student.
Being an opportunist could very well be a facet of wisdom.
Yeah.
Shouldn't you be searching for murals of yourself? I've had enough of your prattling.
I was really curious to see how you would find the middle ground between both factions, so I came to listen in. But it seems as though this Kindness is much more ruthless than Aglaya. If so, why do you want to work with her? Could it be that perhaps you've decided to readily surrender this hollow shell of yours, just because you feel like death is fast approaching?
I'm afraid you'll be sorely disappointed if that's what you truly think. I've had enough of this. Could the 15th entry hour arrive any faster?
Eu não reparei nos desenhos aqui, é a mesma coisa. Três pirâmides, um sol. Essa aqui com certeza é a árvore da vida.
Oh, my. Could it be that the great tree painted in this mural is actually depicting me?
Every plant, every tendril, no, even every leaf could be the embodiment of Circe's.
As a result, mere mortals who did not know what the Titan actually looked like chose to paint them as a giant tree instead. Their wisdom was portrayed as fruit, to symbolize how they shared their knowledge equally among the masses. Such exquisiteness indeed.
Indeed.
This mural is quite abstract.
I really can't tell whether you are praising or demeaning yourself. Now I'm quite curious whether the Reason Titan has studied figures of speech before.
Of course I find such stylistic devices interesting. For all we know, this could be the answer to the question, what exactly are we?
I, for one, am not willing to admit that I could look this ugly.
Was this the reason why you failed in your attempt to refine my soul when you were ambushed at the Grove?
Since you are aware of this, why did you save me back then?
From my perspective, this point alone was enough to separate you from the average person.
How do two lunatics coexist in the same brain?
Therefore, it seems that your journey to Dawn-Cloud this time is not just to seek protection. What, then, is the intention behind your actions?
The entire plan is stored in my memory, so why don't you look there?
Then don't mind if I do. 1 year old, 2 years old.
Caralho, Cersei.
Oh my! Even a member of the preeminent Seven Sages must hug his droma stall to sleep? How interesting.
Cersei só desenterrando os podres.
That's enough.
How unusual. Your soul is actually trembling. This must mean that behind this toy hides a secret that nobody knows, right?
Since our days are both numbered, I don't mind telling you more about it. This is a present that my sister gave to me. It's a doll that was made to look like our family pet.
So there are other members in your family, eh? Are they also living in Akama?
Don't you just love to pick through my brain? Go on, continue flipping through my memories. It won't take long. You'll discover the answer when you reach the memories of when I was 5.
Oh, the black tide is everywhere. I can't bear to look.
When I was young, I couldn't accept this outcome either. Georios, Aquila, Kefali, and you, of course. Although I prayed to every titan that I could think of for help, my efforts were ultimately futile.
This... Could this be the inception of your research into alchemy?
Indeed it was. Everything started from that verdant courtyard of yours. When I was pursuing my education there, I naturally also came to learn of the Thesis' theory as well.
The first scholar.
Oh, I remember that person. He was the one to come up with the concept of souls, right?
Not only that, he also believed that life, as well as the composition, movement, and transformation of matter, all stem from souls themselves. This is why I thought that, since all living things stemmed from the same origin, why could I not sacrifice myself in order to resurrect my nearest and dearest?
Anaxa, you... I did it, teacher!
Não terminou ainda?
But this is absolute blasphemy. Regardless of how much freedom the Grove provides, such an act could cause you to be burned at the pyre.
Calma, o Anaxo descobriu constelações?
Your beloved, where is she now? Send her away from the Grove at once, to a place where nobody will ever be able to find her. Otherwise, the both of us will be judged by the Council of the Seven Sages.
Tá lindona mesmo.
Calm down, teacher. My sister, she's still not in the mortal realm, even to this day.
Calma, o Anax é o da esquerda, né? Jovem, acho que é. Jovenzinho, cabelo grande.
What do you mean?
It was naive of me to think that I could snatch the deceased from Thanatos' grip by merely sacrificing one eye.
E o Anax é o Ed do Fullmetal Alchemist, sacrificando o corpo dele pra trazer os outros de volta.
Equivalent exchange. All I received for that price was but an opportunity to see her for one final time. Nothing more.
Nothing more.
Let it go, Anaxa. As one of my best students, I cannot watch you go down the wrong path without doing anything to stop it.
Bom, por enquanto tá tranquilo.
Never do something taboo ever again. Don't disappoint the deceased, and never harm yourself. If you can do that, this classroom will still be yours, and you'll have a chance to live out your own life.
Since I was able to see her one last time, I have no other desires. You're right, teacher. It's time for me to start a new life.
Então quer dizer que os dois principais desse patch têm familiares mortos.
I am sincerely glad for you, child. Now then, what topic would you like to study?
Beleza.
I wish to continue the Thesis' research.
Continue the research into souls, but you know that the Grove has long since understood his philosophy like the back of their hands. Even if you continue digging into this subject, your efforts will likely be futile.
Futile.
No, teacher. After my fleeting glimpse of the deathly fog, I finally understood a single truth. Since ancient days, our understanding of the souls is but the tip of the iceberg. I may have lost an eye, but my view of the world has become clearer than ever. I have grasped the truth with my bare hands. Watch as I turn this farcical world upside down.
Who would have thought such a secret lay concealed beneath that hefty eye patch of yours. However, this story doesn't seem to be connected to your plan. In fact, I'd say that they aren't related at all.
The answer lies within the tale. If even you cannot understand it, perhaps you should relinquish the divinity of reason to me. After all, it'd be a waste for you to hold on to it. My story ends here. Now it's time for you to tell me your secret. After all, this is what equivalent exchange means, correct?
Cara, realmente, mano, o Onyx é o Ed do Fullmetal. Troca equivalente.
As expected, you laid a trap for me to step into. Unfortunately, even if I was willing to talk about my past, I may not know more about it than you do.
Oh? Are you saying that the renowned Reason Titan is now admitting a lack of wisdom? Your followers are going to be sorely disappointed by this.
Oh, child of humanity, remember this. Being cognizant of one's ignorance is the greatest wisdom of all.
Nessa eu concordo com a Cersei, Zanaxa.
Now I understand. No wonder you asked me to answer your random, nonsensical questions.
Not only that, you're the only one who can shed light on my query. As the saying goes, onlookers see most clearly.
Is that so?
Lord Anaxa.
Você tá falando sozinho aí, cara?
I saw you muttering to yourself and was wondering whether you were caught in a delirium of reflective thought. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but time is of the essence. I have a message from Lord Lygus. Lady Kindness has met up with the Council of Elders and is awaiting your arrival, so please depart forthwith.
It's finally time.
Let's go.
Carefully. The one who created the world, and the one who bears the world. If you truly have not met your end, how will you answer the challenges of those who defy you?
I didn't expect you to agree to Lady Kindness's invitation. What a wonderful turn of events. To tell you the truth, there are many people who hold grudges against that Lady Goldweaver.
Isn't that the dromas draped in finery?
Avoid his gaze. I don't acquaint myself with blasphemers.
Don't worry. He's too full of pride to pay us any attention.
Your nickname is Dromus as well? You must really like those creatures.
Opa! Pega a borboletinha. I hear the foghorn. Follow me, sailor. How many waves have we braved, and how many reefs have we crossed? Surely you remember those nights we kept watch on the mast? The pure moonlight spilling over the sails, the ship rocking gently as it glided across the dark sea. In those moments, I even dreamed of becoming a hero. Do you feel the same? Yes, yes. And now we are finally setting sail again. Are you ready, sailors? Are you ready? Aye, Captain. I can hear you. Essa referência do Bob Esponja, mano. Ai, Captain. Ai. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
A student of Empedocles? I hear that his views run counter to the Venerationists.
This is what being a scholar is about. A collision of ideas only occurs when there are differences in beliefs, and it is such collisions that lead to progress.
Yet, in my view, there are only right and wrong perspectives, neither of which can coexist with the other.
What radical thinking. I guess this is why the children of humanity always squabble with each other.
Exatamente.
How boring.
You seem to be avoiding that Goldweaver person. Why don't you address her face to face?
I have nothing to talk about with her. Since you're in my brain, you can look for the reason yourself.
Oh, the leader of the Flame Chase journey and a demigod of Nestia.
You're really searching through my brain. What are you treating it as? Some sort of toy?
Ué, você falou pra ela procurar?
You think quite highly of her, no?
Ih, olha aí.
That's because I'm a teacher who grades everyone fairly.
Ah, Naxa. Pronto. O Anax é aquele tipo protagonista que trata a protagonista feminina mal, mas na verdade gosta dela. Quem diria?
Lord Lygus and Lady Kindness are just ahead. I'll take my leave for now.
Ok. Então no final, a Naxa gosta da Aglaia. Tá, tem um puzzle ali, tem baú do outro lado. Todo mundo de espada, lança, escudo. O cara com uma 12 na mão.
Welcome to the Demigod Council, esteemed guests.
Que porra é aquela? Mano, já pensou que ele é o Sea of Quantum?
Lord Anaxagoras, oh, I've heard so much about you.
Cara, até sua voz é de gente filha da puta. Cê é louco.
Head of the Nusporists of the Grove of Epiphany, notorious blasphemer, a Chrysos heir who bears Circe's core flame, a survivor of the Grove calamity. Did I miss anything? Well, if so, please be so kind as to enlighten me.
Since Lady Kindness is already well acquainted with me, I won't waste any effort introducing myself again.
O cara faz de tudo pra não falar tanto.
But then again, perhaps the customs are different here. Back in my hometown, there is a form of etiquette known as honoring guests. The host will welcome their guest with warm hospitality by treating them to fine wine and a cozy bed. And yet, ever since I arrived, I have not been welcomed with warm courtesy or ceremonial gifts. Instead, I am met with intense scrutiny. Even more absurd, the host has sharpened their blade and instructed their servants to lie in wait in the shadows. Perhaps you intend to cut open my heart, retrieve the core flame, and then hold a grand feast for all of the guests.
Everyone, stand down.
Thank you for understanding. I am but a feeble scholar who is not used to the stench of avarice and blood.
No need to be humble, my lord. From my perspective, your courage and gumption are worthy of the reputation of the Seven Sages. Your bravery is more than adequate to accomplish our perilous endeavor.
So, you wish to start a war?
Well, since the Chrysos heirs are calling for war, we will respond in kind.
Como assim, mano?
Conflict is inevitable. Since Aglaya endeavors to suppress the virtuous commoners with blood of gold, we will not hesitate to display the rights and mettle the citizens of Akama are so entitled to. As to your question of whether peace is still a viable option, well, to that I can only say this. Everything hinges on the next citizens' assembly and whether they have a sudden epiphany amid the clamor of the masses. And since you, as a Chrysos heir, accepted our invitation, you have indeed given us a glimmer of hope.
What brazen arrogance. What you're saying right now is worlds apart from what you were saying before you retired your cleaners.
I don't deny it. After all, they're responsible for cleaning up any threats, and just a moment ago, you were on the side of the Chrysos heirs. But now that you're an ally of ours, we can continue talking somewhere else. As you know, these walls have ears. I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to discuss a treatise about the Venerationists with your teacher, Empedocles. Yet, it seems you subscribe to the Nusporists instead, Lord Anaxa. I've heard that this school of thought is one with many detractors.
It's normal for ideas to have supporters and dissenters. Just like how there are two types of people in this world. Geniuses and dimwits.
Anaxa ia ser belo amigo pro Rachel. Cara, o que é esse cubo, mano? Ah, tem um Core Flame do Kefali? Ou é outro Core Flame?
Welcome back to the hub of the Demigod Council, Lord Anaxagoras. Surely you remember that countless eloquent orators have stood in this spot before and emerged victorious by stoking public sentiment with their words. And yet there have also been innumerable blasphemous philosophers who set themselves up for failure because they refused to defend their actions. This tiny stage is the most profound embodiment of Akama in centuries. In 15 days, this site shall also become the most important, as well as the final turning point in Akama's history.
Não, do jeito que a quest é longa, esses 15 dias que a gente tem pra achar nosso futuro e pro Anaxa não morrer, vou bobear 15 horas de quest, 1 hora pra cada dia.
May the both of us carry out our duties with honor and lead the masses back toward the Erechrysia, a golden age with no death, strife, or trickery.
Como é? Lead the masses back towards the era crisis. É, mas não é justamente essa era que era cheia de guerra, onde começou toda a merda?
Oh my, 15 days and nights. That aligns perfectly with the date of your demise. Could such a coincidence truly exist?
Using death to prove myself fits my intentions perfectly.
What strong conviction you have, as expected of the hero who dared to stand up to the Gold Weaver.
As expected, she misunderstands you.
That's enough, Lady Kindness. Dispense with the niceties. I only accepted your invitation so that I can serve the commoners alongside the members of the Council of Elders. Don't test my patience with such superfluous formalities.
Well, you say that now, but surely you also require my aid as well, so that you can stay alive even when being pursued by the Golden Thread?
You worry too much. She won't show her hand too freely, as she still needs to garner support from the masses at the Citizens' Assembly.
Even someone like me can tell that only a sliver of her humanity remains. Surely you're not asserting that she will definitely act in a rational manner.
As you're no doubt aware, Aglaia covets the core flame that I possess, which makes it the bargaining chip that allows me and the rest of you to negotiate with her. However, in return, I'll need the Council of Elders to support me as much as possible. Naturally, this includes the guards as well. You're well aware how valuable Cersei's core flame will be in the era Chrysia that you are desperately pursuing. Talk is cheap, so you'd better act prudently as well.
I understand. After all, this battle of wits is just a means for each party to acquire what they need. As long as your request is reasonable, the Council of Elders never shortchanges its allies. Since we're both intent on mutual cooperation, let's not mince words and just speak plainly to each other. Let us decide how much we can secure for ourselves and how much we're willing to sacrifice, like true philosophers, with our words and wisdom.
Let's begin then.
Continuing from the earlier topic, let us discuss our common enemy, Aglaia. She is the second most experienced Chrysos heir across the whole of Akama, who has gradually lost her humanity to the ravages of time and the ablation of the core flame. A formidable opponent indeed. Admittedly, there is ample reason for her to take your life. Yet your previous reasoning is quite sound. As a seasoned political animal, it's unclear whether she will actually cross that irreversible boundary. Moreover, she still needs you alive so that the Titan's trial can be completed. Is there anyone present who can swear by the sacred vow of Kefali and guarantee that you weren't in league with that woman before coming here? Are you just trying to pull the wool over our eyes and aid her in her savagery?
If Aglaia required a suitably intelligent Chrysos heir, then I'm the best fit for her needs. However, it's quite evident that she has no need for a Chrysos heir who could break free of her control at any time. Since I believe in neither Titans nor the prophecy, there's no way that I would willingly walk on the path that she extols. Given how rigorously she enforces her principles, how would she ever accept a heretic such as me?
I understand what you mean. At the very least, the both of us agree that this tyrant who wallows in extravagance and greed is the greatest threat to achieving peace in Akama. The Council of Elders is willing to defend your right to live, just as we defend every oppressed citizen. However, I regret to say that sentiments in favor of the Chrysos heirs and Aglaia are only growing in magnitude. The peace that we are aspiring toward, as well as everything that we hold dear, will be destroyed completely. The city will be burned to ashes, and the citizens' blood will be shed. Tell me, what are you willing to do for our esteemed citizens so that they can vanquish the enemies of our fine city?
Garnering a support is equivalent to garnering the support of entire grove. What are we willing to do for our esteemed citizens so that they can vanquish the enemies of our fine city? No.
Aglaya's authoritarianism, conceit, and arrogance have granted her unfettered control for the most part. Yet these traits are also her greatest weakness. If I can render her helpless by forcing her to experience the agonizing pain of betrayal, I am certain she will never recover from such a setback.
Surely you don't believe that such a tiny betrayal will be enough to push her to her wit's end.
What's more, there are many who remain silent, merely watching to see how much chaos I can unleash. Not to mention, you know full well that the Chrysos heirs have never been a united front.
In the name of Kefali, Akama thanks you for your sincere and valuable thoughts. At this stage, it's clear that you and I understand the benefits to be won from this discussion. Let me put it plainly. The Council of Elders has always been renowned for its fairness, and that fairness is built on a foundation of sincerity.
Então tá bem fraca essa fundação aí, hein?
The Council of Elders has vowed to all citizens of Akaba that it will always remain loyal to them. As for you, my lord, how will you guarantee that you will be able to live up to such earnestness and will not betray Akama's indomitable citizens when the opportunity presents itself? Just as you now betray Aglaya when it suits you.
Surely you jest. My loyalty does not need to be proven. The fact that the Council of Elders is asking for proof of my loyalty is itself akin to a form of betrayal.
I am incredibly honored to have witnessed the both of you bury the hatchet in a civilized manner. However, I am afraid that I must interrupt for a brief moment.
Meu Deus, cara, vai direto ao ponto.
As the Theoros, I have observed the following. Lady Aglaya, the Goldweaver, is currently on her way to Dawncloud.
Oh. Well, I do believe that we might have a slight overabundance of guests today.
Feeling dissatisfied, Lady Kindness? Despite the Council of Elders' lofty residence on Dawncloud, it must still tolerate the whims of the Chrysos heirs.
So you were holding back just now. Seems like you are better at playing this game than I. In any case, I'm glad that she's arriving here. So tell me, Anaxagoras, now that you're an ally of mine, if Aglaya were to demand that I hand you over, what should I do?
You can do as she says. Tell her that the Council of Elders merely wished to chat with me and had no intention of offending her. However, by doing so, the authority of the Council of Elders will be as thin as papyrus that has been soaked in blood. Not only can it be destroyed at the slightest touch, but the Council will also lose possession of a valuable core flame. No, more like 2 core flames. After all, at the next Citizens' Assembly, that young lady who is synonymous with death will also be standing on our side.
Eita.
Oh? How can you be sure of that?
Que eu vou ajudar ela.
Is that of importance to you? All you need to know is that I have a plan. In my opinion, you should be more worried about the impending threat. If Aglaya can seize me in full view of the masses today, she could also dismiss the entire Council of Elders in one fell swoop tomorrow. If that happens, the discussion that we've just had will turn into an utter joke instead. Is this the outcome that you wish to see, Lady Kindness?
Fine. I will handle this matter appropriately. But you do best to remember this. Fool the people and karma will be on your tail. I'll overlook it this time, but don't count on there being a next time. Unless, of course, you crave cruel punishment and consider suffering the perfect state to ponder the true nature of souls.
Cara, Okma tá muito bem de líder. Tá top.
Well, what do you know? That happens to be one of my rare talents.
Kinky. Anax é um kinky.
We shall see then.
Okay.
I've got to say that you've managed to really impress me again. But shouldn't you be going after more?
Dying to know what I'm after.
I mean, I'm the reason Titan after all. It is in me to ask and seek answers.
Easy there. You'll learn the answers soon enough. I didn't bring it up with her purely because she doesn't have the means to give me what I truly want. It's as they say, onlookers see most clearly.
O carinha ali que ele quer.
The true masters of Dawncloud have always been the Theoros, who watches over everything.
Então esse aqui é o robozinho. Dá pra ver o desenho desse Corframe? Tem nada aqui? Tem baú. Que não seja bichinho lá, pelo amor de Deus. Boa. Ali tem... E aí, Lygos?
Unexpected visitor. Welcome once again. You know, you could actually skip all the pointless debate and come straight to me to seek an audience with Kefali. I have no reason to refuse you, do I?
You may not, but Kindness has. Whoever gets hold of Kefali's core flame will get to rule over Akama. She's wary of me, so naturally I had to gain her trust. I would say that debate was not at all pointless.
Very true.
In my view, this individual has gone to great lengths to get close to Kefali. He might very well be plotting something nefarious against the Titan. Are you still willing to let him pass, knowing this?
Yes, very much so. All living creations are always free to visit Kefali's transcendent vessel. This comes with being the World-Bearer.
How convenient it is to be able to hear what they say.
It is truly my honor to speak to a venerated Titan in person. Please, go ahead. Let me join you both on this journey.
Come with me, take the
A
journey.
bygone myth tells of an occasion where Kefali once answered their followers' questions on the peak of the Holy Mountain. Their followers have since believed that scaling this Titan cliff is one way of being with the god.
Hear that? It's not every day that you get to climb a mountain with Circes. You should sing me a hymn of praise.
Titan hymns are beyond me.
Calma aí, Lygos. Calma aí, Lego. Deixa eu pegar aqui, ó.
Go melt it down.
Arruma aqui.
Incense ascends. Take a look.
Tem uma asa. Ah, que da hora. Posso pegar o baú antes? Não.
Go on ahead. Take this Ian's shortcut, and the long pilgrimage stairway will be waiting for you at its end.
I have to admit, I never expected you to not ask me anything. Not even my motive.
Because I know very well what it is you are after. As the saying goes, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals. I have a feeling that your theory will be validated at the end of this journey. I believe Kefali will not deprive you of your right to ask your question, especially now that you're on the brink of death. You must be closer to Kefali than anyone else. Wouldn't you agree?
Então eu também estaria.
I hope things go as you say then.
Putting a child of justice into a farcical world is bound to turn it upside down. It is my hope that you bring a much-needed change to this world, which is on the brink of destruction.
Caraca, velho, que lugar lindo.
I can just ignore this. Honestly, this is my first time going up to Dawn Cloud's peak.
What a splendid view. Isn't it about time you recognize the magnificence of us Titans?
Well, I don't see how this place is different from those temples in the city. All they have are magnificent facades. And even though I've come this far, I'm still doubtful about getting useful clues from him.
I must be getting ahead of myself to be expecting to hear something nice from you.
Oh? Haven't you been in my head for some time now? It's high time you get used to how I feel about things. Alright, we're just a short hike away from Kefali. No time to waste here.
So the intellectual debate from earlier was too draining for you, huh? If Amphorius gets a new lease on life, you should focus on strengthening your body and stop shirking social interactions.
Save your concern.
The Titan is in sight. Can you make it?
Why? Are you going to carry me up if I were to fall now? I know how far I can go, so just hold your tongue and come along.
Fine then. I guess I won't say any more. I'll just wait till your soul dissipates completely to gain control over your body.
Wait. Is that Cersei's? Hey, look at that.
Huh? What should I be looking at?
Am I hallucinating? Or do we even get to see souls who are close to dying?
Ah, um pássaro. Ah, tem uma moeda ali, velho. Eita.
Oh, why didn't you bring your favorite spear with you on this trip, Nias?
Nias. I know I've heard this name somewhere.
No, Nicodor.
It's unfortunate. The Black Tide destroyed every last inch of my calyx.
How could that be? Even a creation of Georios, from their prized ores and molten fire, couldn't escape the fate of destruction?
Hey, Sarces. Do you know a certain Nias?
Nias? No, not that I remember. How did you even think up such a strange name?
I just saw him. Nias. A warrior-like figure who was just chatting with you here.
No, I have no such memory. Could you be hallucinating?
This is a departed spirit.
Ih, Anax, tá ficando ruim. Como é? This is a pilgrimage platform dedicated to devour believers, but you Anaxagoras never knew two false gods. Surrounded that's even defined and never changing, yet it clings to you. Cara, esse lugar é muito foda. Olha, se a gente... Se for o que eu acho que Amphorius é, realmente os titãs são deuses falsos. A Oronyx, por exemplo, chama o Fully de Skyfather, o pai do céu. Seria a mesma coisa, se ajoelhar, se curvar. Ah, tem uma brabuleta ali. Halt, traveler from afar. 100 challengers have already failed my trial. Will be the 101st? Ah, tem que te procurar, mano. For the honor of being a weaver, buzz take a guess. Which behind which tree am I holding? Attack! A Mema é uma linda. E óbvio que eu tô falando, mas se você já sabe a resposta, é claro que você não vai falar. A Oronyx falando que a mãe não responde, nem é a Marson, né? Que está sendo congelado e não está inacessível. A way to break the game. Terminou? Boa. Tem o que pra consertar aí? Ah. Tem um monte de espírito. Que isso? É pra chamar o negócio. Então é melhor não falar.
You two again.
Depois eu faço a mão.
Enough about me. Did Kaos ever reply to you?
Caos? Quem é Caos?
Well, regrettably.
Posso digitar tweet pilantra? Como assim? Então, o nome tinha me fugido um pouco, mas pra estar falando com a Titã, só pode ser Nicador. A razão de Nicador. Faz sentido falar com a Titã da razão.
Seems like the price of becoming a demigod is a lot heftier than we thought.
Nossa, que bizarro.
Chaos. Demigod. I've never heard of this person. Which Titan's authority did he inherit?
Calma. Caos, será que vai ser o Kalpas? O carinha da máscara?
Look on the bright side, Nias. Since we've come all this way, I doubt he'd snub his old friends, would he?
Let's just hope we mean as much as the world to him.
Hey, are you seeing that same hallucination again?
Yes. It's still you and Nias, but you're now talking about a certain Chaos. I'm guessing he's one of your companions?
Kalpas é um dos Flame Chasers do Honkai Impact 3. É um que eu e a Kes acha que... Eu e a Kes e mais um monte de gente acha que vai vir também uma contraparte dele nessa saga do Cries of Theirs. Que tinha uma imagem lá do cara que usava a máscara. Ele parece muito o Kalpas.
Chaos. This name sounds just as strange to me.
Never mind. I think I know what this is about. If things are as I thought, then they aren't hallucinations, but...
Cara, o Legos... É Legos. Você escreveu certo. Mas o Legos, ele... Primeiro, não gostei da forma que ele fala. Ele fala de uma forma muito... A única maneira que eu tenho pra descrever a forma que ele fala muito filha da puta. E... Sei lá, em questão de design ele é muito foda. Um robô muito foda.
The souls of people.
What? But if those are the souls of the dead, then what am I?
Beats me. For all I know, you're just an illusion I conjured up in my dying moments.
Olha, é uma possibilidade. A Mem poderia ser a mesma coisa com a gente.
Let's just keep going. As long as I take in more sights and hear more stories.
Know your limits. Wander too far among the dead, and even I might not be able to save you.
Os outros veem a Mem. E o robozinho vê a Cersei.
Fine. If this is indeed as I thought, then this will be very amusing.
Não, Carlos existe. É só universos diferentes. Todos ele vai falar isso? Eu queria que os outros titãs tivessem uma forma humana também. É isso que tá fazendo barulho? Não. Tem baú aqui perto? Ah, tem um aqui. Eu também não exploro não. Eu pego o que aparece na minha vista, mas não saio muito do caminho não pra explorar. Ali de novo. A braboletinha aqui. It said that tying a wind chime while making a wish here allows the sunbearer to hear our desires. My wish is simple. I hope for sunshine tomorrow to dry my soaked wings. Que fofinho. Aí é só os puzzles que eu deixo pra depois, já que eles ficam marcados no mapa mesmo. Eu não quero perder muito tempo. Toma um tiro de 12.
So, we meet again. I'm sure you wouldn't mind a snooping ear.
Cersei está cansando?
Can you keep going?
Of course. I'm just... If I knew we had to climb a mountain, I wouldn't have come along with you.
Mas nem tem tanta escada assim. Tem lugares que é tão pior que isso aqui.
I guess this also counts as one aspect of the world-bearing burden. If Amphorius does have a next life, you may want to get your body in shape.
Ué, e agora ela fala a mesma coisa pro Anaxa?
Keep your sarcasm to yourself.
I'm not getting anything of value from them.
Caraca, Nax, você não tá vendo o paralelo? Olha a borboleta lá atrás.
I would sooner throw myself off this cliff and hit rock bottom than exercise even a little. I am Calypso of the eminent Seven Sages, after all. Training would make me no different from those Helcalithist barbarians.
Não, eu coloquei Castolinda.
Calypso. She's one of the Seven Sages. A member of the Grove?
Uhum.
No, she can't be. I would know her name if she really were one of the Seven Sages. Hey, Cersei. Does the name Calypso ring a bell?
Se você falar que não, aí o bagulho tá estranho.
Cersei?
O bagulho ficou mais estranho ainda. Cadê a Cersei?
Gone. Doesn't matter. I can do this myself.
Ah, borboleta.
I'm nearly there now. The land of the dead.
Borboleta tá lá. Tá onde é a borboleta? Ah, tá ali. Ah, então é só com a mão que pega. Foda-se. É. Mano, eu teria medo de ficar numa montanha onde o Titã tá 24 horas olhando pra mim.
Oh, beautiful old world. Where are you now?
Ué.
Oh, legendary era Chrysia, return to the mortal realm. Splendid gods once walked the paths we walk. Alas, all that's left of that warmth is a hazy mirage.
Why are you chanting that too?
Pior que não é nem dele, né? É o olho do Titã do Céu. Caralho, olha, mano. Gigante. Devoted emissaries, heretical scholars, the lost wanderer, and the desperate outlaw. At the edge of divinity, we look up in awe. In a fleeting moment of terror, the long road behind fades from memory. Ok. É porque não tem Shilonen. Shilonen faria um óculos de sol pra galera aqui rapidinho. Nada, né? Então vamos. Pernice, 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 pernice. Go, go.
We're here, finally. So, I don't get to ask the Titan my question, but all of you make for a pleasant surprise, nonetheless. Very well then. Let me uncover the truth for myself.
Very well then. Let me uncover the truth for myself.
Did I still fail to make it in time?
Caraca, mas você não tinha 15 dias de vida? Igual a gente?
So, I'm back here again.
Essa imagem é igual a outra ou tem alguma diferença?
This is...
Sparta.
I can hear it. I hear it from the depths of the tides, behind the closed doors of the void world. A voice ready to tell me something.
Vai te dizer o quê?
This time, the voice is a lot clearer than before.
Que bonitinho. Nossa, eu adoro esse estilo de arte, mano. Olha a música. Gostei da música também.
Since we've come this far, let's just wait.
Lord Nias and Miss Calypso, are you both here to visit Chaos too?
Você é a irmã da Castoris? Agora eu não lembro, não lembro desses detalhes. Teria que ver de novo.
Yes, and we've been waiting for quite some time now.
Calma aí. Lord Neves, Miss Calypso, To visit Chaos too.
Regrettably, he hasn't answered us. The worst case scenario is that he's already been overwhelmed and crushed by the world-bearing burden.
Chaos é o Kefali?
You're overthinking, Lord Nias. I can still sense Chaos' soul in the area.
Caos. Eles falam caos mesmo. Então é só falar em português.
And besides, we both know Chaos' nature. A deliverer like him wouldn't fall so readily, much less give up on all that he holds dear. Isn't that so?
Yes. I have faith in him.
That reminds me. Why are you making this trip alone, Polixia?
O que tem Deliverer? Ah, minha teoria era certa. Ela é a dragão da Castorice. Que triste, mano.
Oh, my sister needs more time to make sure the flowers are fine.
Ah, meu Deus. Calma aí. Why are you making this trip alone? My sister needs more time to make sure the flowers are fine. Ah, ela gostava de flores. Ela gosta ainda, né?
Both of you have hearts kinder than anyone else. Yet you are born only to take over Thanatos' divinity.
Ela tinha... As duas tinham a maldição da morte?
Everything that I see and hear this time has left me shaken to the core. What may seem like a mundane conversation is in truth a once-in-a-lifetime exchange that has revealed the ultimate answer to Cersei's question.
Não, nenhuma... Pode relaxar, nenhuma pergunta de lore enquanto eu tô fazendo a quest é pra ser respondida. A não ser que seja respondida pelo jogo. What may seem like a mundane conversation is in truth a once-in-a-lifetime exchange that has revealed the ultimate answer to Cersei's question. O que nós somos.
The conjecture has taken shape and must now be solidified into a theorem. Next, I only need to seek verification from Kefali. By doing so, I can answer Cersei's question and reclaim my body.
Mas só de você falar que o jogo já deu a resposta, agora eu vou ficar, né?
But no, I will not do that. That is important.
Aí. The conjecture has taken shape and must now be solidified into a theorem. Next, I only need to seek the verification from Kefali. By doing so, I can answer Cersei's question and reclaim my body. Okay.
Important. Because another one of my conjectures, one that I have always dreamed of proving, has been proved right this very instant.
Okay.
Fusing a mortal soul with that of a titan to replace said titan is not a ludicrous idea after all.
Que é ludicrous mesmo? Ele tá falando que não é uma ideia ruim? É, exatamente. É exatamente isso. Então tá começando a curtir a ideia de ficar no lugar do Titã. E vou pro mudo. Nossa, ainda bem que tem a Hayasine pra falar.
What are you thinking about?
Just amazed at how this towering tree is Cersa's divine body. It's a majestic sight.
Is that so? You don't look the slightest bit amazed, though. Plus, you seem to be strangely familiar with the city around the great tree.
Assim, liga não. Dan tem cara de desinteressado mesmo. Merely something from the past that I won't go into.
Events of the past, huh? I was also a child when I looked up at Circe's. Their leaves and branches reflected the sparkling stars. And their trunk was like a pillar that supported the sky and ground. I stood at this very spot back then, imagining the day when I could climb to the top of this tree. Because I would be the closest I can be to the sky at that spot.
You're a sky priest, yet you study at a place that is home to the Reason Titan. That's rather counterintuitive.
Don't read too much into it. I mean, can mortals even hope to reach Aquila's realm? They're a strict and draconian god. Nothing like Circe's. Reason is willing to share what is theirs with others, but Sky only expects people to revere them.
É porque você não conhece nós Trailblazers.
You get what I'm saying, right, Denny? After all, the titan that imprisoned you and Grey here in Amphorius is none other than Aquila themselves.
Denny? Ela já tinha chamado Danhan antes de Denny ou é a primeira vez? Eu não lembro. Grey eu lembro, mas Denny? Yes, I didn't count on provoking the ire of a local god.
But there will always be people who dream of soaring towards the sky. The Grove has a wealth of research on Aquila, and that is exactly what we are here for. It's just... I never thought Grey would meet with something like that before we set off. As a physician, I should have been there by his side.
Bad luck tends to come in streaks, so don't beat yourself up over it. Besides, I'm glad I need you here to uncover the truth behind what happened to the Grove. Let's just make the most out of this trip and keep a lookout for any documents related to the Death Titan. They could be useful to her.
Yeah, there's no rest for the weary, huh?
Hmm.
In any case, what we're looking for could be anywhere in this enormous grove. Let's split up to cover more ground. Danny, with your skills, I'm sure those monsters born of the Black Tide will pose no threat to you anyway.
Infelizmente o Danhan que tá com você é o T4. Ele não é ruim, mas não é tão bom que nem o T5 não. What about you? Will you be alright on your own?
Have you forgotten that you're talking to the chief physician of the Twilight Courtyard? Have more faith in me. I'll be just fine.
The silence in here is near deafening. With the vast amount of knowledge it holds, this academy is akin to a labyrinth of information. Even the cleverest of scholars would easily lose their way in here. I should gather my thoughts before heading in. Então, por que mentir pra gente sobre isso? Como sair de Amphorius? In the myth, Aquila, the titan who reigns over the domain of the sky, is a colossal bear that overlooks the world beneath them with 100 eyes. As long as they continue to soar above the clouds, the people of Amphorius will remain trapped on the ground. Hyacinth forebears were priests who worship Aquila. Nobody is more familiar with the taboos of the sky, titan than her. Seeing how Aglaya has sent her here as a guide, it's possible that she plans to have Hyacinth take on a trial in the future. Com certeza, né, Dan? A pessoa respirou perto de um titã, Aglaya já quer transformar ela em Chrysohare. Amphorius Titan mythology. Amphorius Titan are a common topic of discussion. People create myths that in turn conceive titans. It's a trick task to keep an objective view when among the people of Amphorius. Is there a way to step out of the situation and look at it from a different perspective? The Flame Chase Journey. Ah, calma aí. Nossa, vai ter mais 3, mano. Gosta de pensar em Dan, caceta, velho. Titans and Neons. Titans and Neons are two distinct classes of beings. Titans can communicate with us humans and it is not... Ah, mas a gente não sabe se os Aeons não podem. Talvez eles podem, só não querem. And it is not impossible for us to overpower them. Upon their demise, we can even take over their divinity. In this regard, Titans can be said to be a lot more similar to humans than Neons are. Chrysohare and their demigods. Chrysohare are humans who possess the right qualities, with most of them demonstrating extraordinary combat prowess and strength. Upon clearing a core flame trial, a Chrysohare can even ascend to a demigod and inherit a Titan's divinity. Wait, something about that feels off. Is this a selection process of some sort? Como assim, Dahan? Isso não ficou na cara desde que a gente chegou? The Flame Chase Journey and the Prophecy. Guided by the prophecy, the heroes are on a quest to reclaim core flames and usher in the Era Nova. Their efforts have seen gratifying results to date. As expected, the prophecy is the hardest to make any sense of, but with barely any information to go on, no matter how much I ruminate on it, it won't yield any results. I should leave this for another time. Tá, think of something else. Sunwolf's Plight. Nobody could have ever imagined that Sunwolf's life would be forfeit the moment we landed on Amphorius. Ou seja, a gente, de novo, isso é o que? A terceira vez que a gente morre para ganhar poder? Nobody could ever... I should have done more to keep her safe, but it's not too late. We still have a fighting chance. Exato. My Day tem que aprender com a gente. We still have a fighting chance. The unique rules that govern life and death of Amphorius might just work in our favor and save her. The Grove is a veritable library of knowledge. Maybe they will have records on a similar case. Please let there be one. Enough musing for now, it's time to move. The clock is ticking. I should search for clues as I move. The night sky feels unusual, we're getting used to the eternal light of Okma. Lança no peito, morremos por conta de outra lança? Agora... Ah, e agora morremos por causa de outra lança, é verdade. Não, eu tinha lido errado. Sorda, não vou fazer roleplay com você não. Vou ver com a Castorice. Eu até poderia tirar a Trailblazer, porque... se tiver luta na história, não... eu vou com você, porque o meu acho que não tem nem artefatos. Inimigo de história não vai ter... Não vai bater de frente com a Castorice. Eu tenho constelação do meu, deixa eu ver. O meu deve estar... Cadê? 6/6. Tem que atirar nos burns que ele vem. Esses carinhas vão estar aqui. Mano, esses bichos são muito ethereals. Acho que o meu sample é... Ou é E6 ou é E5, alguma coisa assim. Cadê ele? Eu odeio o menu desse jogo. É isso aí. Tem um bug no Play 5 quando eu procuro o personagem por aqui. Quando eu... É que assim... Não, eu falei que eu odeio o menu desse jogo. O menu de personagem. Porque tem um bug, quando eu procuro o personagem por aqui, às vezes o cursor não fica aqui. Ele vai pra lá e quando ele vem pra cá, eu não consigo voltar. Aí fica preso. Entendi. Cagate. Vai morrer.
Let's wait and see.
This will strengthen our position.
Black monsters are twisted in forms, and their life has turned to ash together with their souls. It's impossible to figure out their form when they were still alive. These are the remains of a black tide monster. It does look different from the Titan King from up close. O Dan não tinha visto ainda, né? Que o Dan não veio pra cá quando a gente viu. What's that underneath it? A scroll? A scholar debate. A recorded debate between venerationists and nuspurist scholars. Most of it is illegible, leaving only fragments of dialogue. We all recall the state that dare touch the sky. Ah, tá. State de estado e não de... Estado de questão geográfica, não de estado... Estado. But what were they really? Just blind masses manipulated by ambitious politicians who dared to challenge the Titan's authority? A completely meaningless attempt, an absolute mistake. Your venerationists have bowed to the Titans for so long, you've forgotten a scholar's true purpose. Making a mistake does not mean the act was meaningless. Even though students new to the groove understand this form. É o Nuspor, esse é o Anaxa? An entire city-state reduced to ashes, proved the skyship's construction was a mistake. To me, that's precisely the meaning they achieved through sacrifice. Am I hearing this right? Such a statement. Are you converting to... No, I simply examining the matter from another perspective. As expected, the girl doesn't forbid discussion about the sky. It's a debate between two scholars about the skyships. Aglaya also made mention of the ships when she interrogated us, a memory I'd rather forget. E ela ainda nos deve muito por causa daquilo. I'll hold on to this for now. With any luck, this journey won't leave us empty-handed. O que foi? Foi da... Você viu alguma coisa? Tchá! Assim, você tá seriamente trocando ideia com a galera da Black Tide? That's Hyacinth. Why is she surrounded by so many monsters? As much faith as I have in her, it's probably a good idea to help her out.
Really now? This is way more trouble than I could have asked for.
Olha aí, ela tá mandando eles vasculharem. Need a hand?
Or you could sit back and watch.
Eita! I can't tell if you're serious or not, but being hard to read isn't without its perks, I suppose.
I'm kidding, Danny. Lend me a hand, pretty please. All right, now let's get him.
Let's get him! Porrada!
Repay.
It's coming. Hiding the west wind. Away we go!
You two head to the...
As you wish. No bullying allowed.
Too late to repent.
Embrace new life, Pollux.
Away and take off together! Good.
That hurts a bit.
Tadinho, não aguentou duas baforadas do dragão. This place is practically in ruins. What happened? There shouldn't be this many monsters here.
The Black Tide is remarkably quick to detect the light of Amphorius. So or rather, the blessings of the Sky Priest in me, might have unknowingly called them to me. Anyway, never mind that for now. Here, you might want to have a look at this. I found it around here and thought it might be of interest to you.
Ai, texto pequeno, Royal, pelo amor de Deus, cara. Well then, enlighten me, what exactly do you mean by examining it from another perspective? Simple, you see? When you stand normally, the sky is above. When you stand on our head, it's below our feet. I don't even want to know what kind of situation inspired you to make such exalted theories. By the way, I have a student who loves to write satirical comedies, and once wrote about a fool who could not figure out a question no matter what. As I said, there's no reason with your venerationists. You're like dramatists, huge yet always gazing downward on the earth. Well, I want to be the wasp that stings the dramas. What if that state tyrant's defeat simply proves that among all paths to Aquila, the skyship was the wrong one? É? Faz sentido. Olha aí. É, sabia que era ele. Não tinha como não ser o Anaxagoras, you're impious blasphemer. Mark my words. You eventually answer for your sacrilege. I doubt your students or that young teaching assistant girl have any idea what secret research you're truly conducting. Anaxagoras. His scholar refused himself with the core flame of reason.
This is new. I didn't know Professor Anaxa was researching the sky. He's never mentioned anything about it.
Finon said Anaxa might be opposed to the flame chase journey.
Might is an understatement. Anaxa has never been one to venerate the gods. Nor has he ever found it within himself to put any faith in the prophecy. People have come to think of him as a heretic, even in a place as liberal as the Grove.
Imagina as ideias desse cara, então.
Yet, it is also this very blasphemer that Cersei favors. Fate sure works in mysterious ways.
I picked up a scroll on my way here too. It looks like it may be related to the one you're holding.
Oh? Let me have a look.
No. Hyacinth combines both of the records together.
By the looks of them, these scrolls are records of two conversations that took place in the same setting. One after the other.
There's still much I don't know about the Grove. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Sure, go ahead.
Who are the Venerationists? Pelo nome é a galera que não pensa em nada a não ser venerar os titãs.
The Grove of Epiphany is home to 7 schools of thought. While all 7 schools are founded on the ideologies of Thalesis, the first scholar, each is unique in its own way. Among them, the Venerationists revere and worship the Titans the most.
Yeah, sabia.
As the sage of the Venerationists, Euthyphro has always been at loggerheads with Anaxa. If we were to place the 7 sages on the scales of Talanton, Anaxa and Euthyphro would be placed on opposite sides to achieve balance.
A very illustrative explanation. Thank you. Was it a mistake to build the skyships?
Nearly everyone in Amphorius has heard the story of the skyships by now. Aquila's stature is loftier than the heavens, and their divine retribution is merciless.
Divine Retribution? Quem é que fica falando de Retribution, Divine Retribution?
That's why it's no use building giant skyfaring ships. Oh, but I do wonder if a supercharged mini Treaty cannon could slip past their watch.
Que da hora. A ult da Tribi é Canon. That was a joke, right? What is Anaxa's field of study?
News forests primarily study the application of alchemy in soul repair. Everyone considers Anaxa a blasphemer, but that has never stopped him from sharing his ideas, no matter how taboo. If you must say that he's hiding something, then it's likely what lies beneath his eye patch.
I don't have any more questions.
Anaxa often says that every failure brings us one step closer to the truth. Perhaps, to him, the crash of the skyship carries a different interpretation. The firmament is not impenetrable. On the contrary, it was precisely because the skyship represented the first step toward breaking free from the shackles of the earth
that it provoked the wrath of the Sky Titan and brought divine punishment upon itself.
Mas você concorda com isso?
It's a shame that the majority of the Grove's research on Aquila was headed by the Venerationists, with sacrificial rituals making up a predominant part of their findings. Discourse about more esoteric subject matters in relation to Aquila dwindled even further after the skyship incident. So much so that even the scroll is completely new to me.
Don't worry about it. We'll just collect everything we can find on the Titans for now. There's something else that caught my attention though. This says that Anaxa is conducting secret experiments of some sort.
That's what I'd like to know. What are these experiments he's involved in? Even I, the assistant lecturer, know next to nothing about them.
Nossa,
I have a bad feeling about this. Could there be more to what happened at the Grove?
Ai, assim, né, mano? Você é a cara da Bárbara.
Let's wait and see.
Como, mano? Strange numbers. É o coração.
This is the Library of Philia, a place where the Grove stores its collection of tomes. Other than books written by the 7 schools, you can also find philosophical texts, ballads, and religious writings from the Outlands here. Cities that desire to learn from the Grove were apparently expected to contribute knowledge of equal value to what they saw. We've had more than our fair share of hilarious episodes over the years. For instance, it's said that the Erythrocaramists once borrowed a manuscript from a certain author, but ended up returning a copy instead of the original.
Olha só.
What's more, the original manuscript was supposedly then hidden here.
Olha só, pirataria em Okima. Pirataria em Fórios, aliás. That doesn't seem like a nice thing to do. E contra a pirataria, playboyzinho do cara tinha que ser, mano.
Nice? No need to hold yourself back, Danny. You can just tell it like it is. Their behavior was no different from bandits.
E é assim também, capitalista de merda. Well, if you don't mind, did the Grove ever rob custom criminals?
You've got me there. Some said you couldn't even find a dictionary in Castro criminals, so I guess they were spared. There are too many books in the Library of Philia. Flipping through them all will take too long. Why don't we use the biblioslate to search for the texts we need? We can bring them back to Akima for reading after that.
Agreed. This place isn't safe. We should leave as soon as we're done. There are still several more scrolls strewn all over the place. I'll gather them while you pull up those texts. This way, nothing will be overlooked. Opa. A book covered in annotations from many scholars. The Art of Sophistry. 40 ways to improve your debating skills. Virtual causation. False premises. Contradiction, conversion, conflating, prevarication, sei lá como fala isso. And reality. Misinterpreted punctuation. Caralho, mano. Tá ensinando essa filha da puta aqui? That's called a true eye-opener. The art of language knows no bounds. If I can't master sophistry, I can at least learn to defend myself against them as an honest man? Como? Essa aí é o que a Trailblazer sempre procura. Sempre é o caminho da Estel. Quando tudo falha, porrada. Going to be very help, that's for sure. Mas sim, a filosofia da Estel sempre funciona. Exato. The rules are meant to be broken. Caprice color red apply. Não, escreveu certo. A frase em si, ela só não começa com D. Ela começa nas regras já, nas leis. Rules are meant to be broken. Ah, é verdade, faltou um B também. Rules are meant to be broken. Record of many research topics a Caprice Scholar had applied for, and the replies from their school sage about these topics. Topic 1. The discovery that many mythical beasts renowned for their longevity actually reside in areas with poorly managed birth and death records for such creatures. Permission to research. Lacks research significance not approved. Oh, caralho, como assim, mano? Topic 2. An observation of real plants within the grove imitating the growth patterns of nearby white dryads. Permission to research. Reply. Falls under the domain of the Lotophagus School. Not approved. Okay. Investigating the feasibility of placing flying birds into rocket tubes to guide the direction of the rocket's flight? Você tá maluco, mano? Too fanciful. Not approved. Caralho. Impressive tenacity. Hopefully it helped you survive the black tide. Tem mais scrolls ali por aqui ou é só aquelas? Aparentemente só elas, só aquelas 3. These are complaint letters from the scholars about the Anaxagoras, the blasphemer. There's a 6 stack of the letters. Reclamação aí tem, né? Tem pra caralho. Gráfico ruim em que sentido? Não reparei nada não. Não reparei nada não. Based on the... Mas aí pode ser que não tenha me chamado a atenção só, ou eu não vi. Based on the dust accumulated by the perfectly intact seals, the complainee did not even bother opening them and just shoved them aside in a corner. This is about Anaxa. I should read this. Hyacinth, you should come have a look too. Então vamos ver os podres do Anaxa.
It's so dusty in here. Whoa. Are these all complaints about him?
Mano, se for um texto, por favor, deixa a Hyacinth ler. Por favor, deixa a Hyacinth ler.
I can already see what they must have written. Anaxa has no respect for the gods. His very existence undermines order in our society. They're probably all things like that.
Does Anaxa hold that much influence?
Why else would they call him the great performer? When Anaxa established his school of thought, the first thing he apparently did was read his own work to everyone.
É muito Anaxa isso, mano.
Are the Titans truly an accurate reflection of what humans think gods should be? Worlds created by gods are indubitably perfect, but what of Amphorius? Only foolishness and insensitivity everywhere you turn.
Cara, mas ele tem um ponto, hein? An uncanny impersonation. What happened after?
They marched him straight to the seat of judgment before he could finish.
Tadinho.
Though what he took on in the end was more of a debate than an actual trial. He had to address every one of the scholar's allegations, or face expulsion from the Grove. The first allegation was... Do you agree that since the Titans created the heavens and earth, so the mountains, rivers, and seas must likewise be their creations?
Am I supposed to put myself in an Axel's shoes and answer that? Não, você tá sem voz, não quero. Based on the... Ah, tá. Ali era a resposta. Ah, entendi. Eu pensei que era pra... Ainda bem que eu escolhi provavelmente o que o Anaxa responderia. Based on the history of the Flame Chase journey, humans have the potential to take over the divinity of Titans.
Anaxa said the same thing then.
Yeah.
Needless to say, his critics didn't take kindly to his answer, so they followed up with a second allegation. You claim to be studying souls, yet you are, in fact, defiling them and committing acts condemned by the gods. Do you admit it?
That's a serious allegation. Did he really do that?
Anaxa always wears an eye patch, never removing it, even when alone. Some say he used one of his eyes as an alchemical ingredient.
Yeah, eles estão certos.
Every being in the world owes their safekeeping to Kifili, and this is even more so for the Chrysos heirs who have divine blood coursing through them. If he has really done something of that nature, then it'd indeed be sacrilegious.
Mas só é sacrilégio para quem acredita na religião, né?
Thankfully, they had no way to prove it, so it amounted to nothing more than an allegation in the end. One by one, Anaxa engaged in wars of words against those who would challenge him. Toward the end, a scholar asked him, Anaxagoras, have you any respect for the gods?
Essa ele fazendo voz grossa, tão fofa.
It was only after a brief silence that he answered, I have never denied that Titans are meant to be noble constructs.
What he didn't say, that the Titans are not noble, rings louder in this case.
Yes, I'm not sure how that controversy was eventually resolved. But what's for certain, at least, is that Anaxa was allowed to stay in the Grove where he continued his research, despite being regarded as a heretic. By the way, this stack of complaint letters has reminded me of a place in the Grove. We may find clues there that aren't on the teleslate. I'm talking about Anaxa's alchemy lab, hidden between the cornerstones.
Given the Grove's meticulous approach to archiving, could there really be such an oversight right under their noses?
It's a well-kept secret. Among the 7 sages, excluding the nominal chief sage, each has a private sanctuary where they can conduct research undisturbed in their free time. Even the administrators of the Library of Philia are restricted from accessing those places and documenting the sage's research. But
Como você sabe disso?
with the Grove in this state, I'm sure Anaxa won't be mad even if we sneak into the lab for a short while. Right?
Yeah. These trees, they're like a maze. Ascend.
the place, but where is everything? Materials for alchemical experiments, matrix diagrams, and even the seal to the lab. They're all gone. The black tide destroyed it all.
No wonder we didn't see any defense mechanisms along the way. Have you ever been here before?
No, not even close. Not only are alchemy experiments high-risk activities, but Professor Anaxa also has a penchant for using bizarre materials. Students often saw him walk in looking bright as rain, but come out covered in soot with his hair singed. Naturally, no one dared to come near this place. Huh? That bookshelf over there seems to be the only thing still intact.
These are the materials requested by Naxagoras. Documents from various fields have been compiled in one place, including Titan creations, the universality of the soul, alchemy doctrine, and so on. Most of the materials look to be within a research domain of the Nosperist school of thought. However, a document titled A Study of the Chrysoser's background is mixed within. Ai meu Deus, lê pra mim, aí assim. This appears to be quick notes examining the background of Chrysoser, the Holy Maiden of Janusopolis, Tribi, Trian, and Trinon, descendants of the Holy Maiden from the Temple of the Three Fates. Gold Weaver, Aglaya of Akma, from the Nestia priestly family. The Prince of Castrum Kremnos, Hyacinth of the Twilight Courtyard. All of their ancestry have varying degrees of connection to the Divine Titans or their divine authorities. Does the golden blood come from the heritage of priest families or royal bloodliness? Anaxagoras, I myself show no such connection. Kefali, the creator, what criteria did they use to create the golden blood? To shape the Chrysoseres? Yet Castoris, the servant of death of Idonia. Her lineage is neither Titan priest nor demigod, but she has walked the earth for at least a millennium, with the power to grant death to humans. Where did this power come from? Carai! Castoris está belamente conservada para quem tem mais de 1000 anos. Another text speaks of the dragon legend of Tixia. The alchemical extraction of soul ripped from the dragon corpses is intriguing. Dragons appear to be the Titan's creations. Perhaps there's a way to reverse the process, using alchemy to refuse human souls with Titan creations, increasing the purity and divinity of the golden blood towards the absolute. This theory must be tested. Experiments to be arranged.
What's going on? Anaxa is conducting research on our friends in Alchema and me?
This journal contains several intriguing points. Creations of Titans. From the abyss of fate to Castrum Kremnos, I've seen many a Titan creation during my time in Amphorius. Lifeforms created by Circes can also be found in the grove. But fusing them with human souls through alchemical means? I can't even begin to imagine. The Chrysoseres. Anaxa seems to hold special interest in the divinity coursing through the Chrysoseres veins, and has been conducted a thorough investigation into the heroes' backgrounds.
Wouldn't have been so strange if he had curiosity about her origins. Plus, considering that the Nusporists have crafted omnipotent medicines capable of curing diseases, it also makes sense that he would conduct research on immortal Chrysos heirs. Now, it seems Anax's objective was never to create medicine, but to identify the origin of the golden blood and figure out its inner workings.
Anax's research. Beleza. Through alchemy, Anaxa aims to refine the golden blood in the Chrysos heirs to a degree of purity equal to divinity. This must be what he means by close to true purity, but treating both Titan creations and the human body as materials to be used in alchemy experiments, that's rather extreme.
Danny, look at this. I have a bad feeling about this.
Ai meu Deus. Period incomplete, judging from what is the only author remains. The previous approach has flaws. Fusing human souls with Titan creations does not purify golden blood. Even pure Titan creations are contaminants to the Chrysos heirs' golden blood. Soul fusion between humans and creations merely repairs impurities of the soul and maintains a connection to dying souls. While creation's myth tells us that Chrysos heirs and other creations were all made by Titans, their nature differs fundamentally. The Titans' creations are no intermediate products of an alchemical process, and the Chrysos heirs are closer to Titans than the creations. In other words, I should not have considered Titan creations equal to Chrysos heirs. The hypothesis I should focus on is one pointing towards the Titans themselves. Such rare chances to study Titans demand a meticulous selection of research subjects. Living Titans prove impossible to restrain, and dead Titans offers no insights worth pursuing. But dying Titans, they are the perfect research subjects. Only by understanding the fundamentals of creation can we ensure perfection at the moment of everything's birth. Through my own hands, I will melt a Titan and reach the true essence of the soul. Tá bom, Anaxa. Tem planos bem pé no chão.
My biggest fear. It's come true. After going through his notes, I think I can piece it all together now. Anaxa was carrying out experiments on soul transmutation.
Do you mean he's trying to reconstruct human souls alchemically?
Yes, this is what he was secretly conducting research on. Something he had to keep hidden from others. Compared to his public speeches, this is the real blasphemy. Oh, I just thought of something.
What's wrong?
Do you remember when the Black Tide was approaching? The Grove had planned to send Cersei's core flame to a safe place. But an accident happened along the way, and Anaxa lost his life in the process.
But Cersei took over his body and resurrected him, which led to the situation we're in now.
That's right. But what if Professor Anaxa's fusion with the core flame of reason wasn't an accident?
What do you mean?
Put yourself in his shoes. Knowing that the Black Tide was closing in and your time was running out, what would you have done?
I'd put my theories to test, no matter the cost.
Exactly. When the Black Tide came, the true reason Anaxa headed to the Luminary Throne was to transmute and fuse himself with the Titan's core flame.
Did he succeed?
No, Judging from how he reacted after the event, the results came as a surprise. Maybe he failed to consider the possibility that Cersei's would make a similar decision. The manuscripts detailing all the alchemical formulae have been taken away. His research is still ongoing.
Could he have taken them from other purposes?
Like, what? There's only one Titan left in the world now.
E onde ele tá?
No. No way.
To conceive an entity of perfection, one must first understand the principles of creation. If Anaxa is inocumenal, then that means...
He's after Kefali.
Sir, this sky above us, it's not real, is it?
Ih! Pivete.
Of course not. This is just an image from a projection device used for educational purposes. A simple trick. The day-night cycle has been lost to this world. So that students like you may still learn about the night sky, astronomers have harnessed the Titan's miraculous power to manipulate the light, projecting the nights of the past here for you. Much like how the sky above the holy city is also illuminated by Kefali's dawn device.
So, the skies of Akama are fake too.
You mustn't conclude that, Anaxa. You should know that only a child would expose a trick and be proud of it. Often people know more than they let on. They simply choose to feign ignorance because they have no other choice.
Then they're just deluding themselves. People believe in Kefali's tale of Genesis, accepting wholesale whatever the priests preach. But we're different. We've already walked out of the firelit cave of ignorance. We have already realized that we live in a world where Titans make the rules. Even when we look at the sky, we're only seeing what they allow us to see. Rather than gazing at this mockery of a night sky fabricated by them for the rest of my life, why shouldn't I be the one to take control of the projection device instead?
So much time has passed since you sowed the seeds of doubt in my heart, child. Many a night, I find myself penning down all my theories and wild ideas, only to burn them to ashes when I open my eyes in the day.
Why? Because we'll face death by burning if word gets out?
As a sage of the Venerationists, my soul has already become inextricably linked to the great tree. Every word I say and every move I make is certain to influence every leaf, every branch, even the tree itself.
E aí, Kev?
But above all else, my days are numbered.
Hello.
Instinctively, I have my doubts about the golden blood and the human soul, yet I have no means of verifying them. The golden blood in my veins is woefully thin, and I am loath to waste what little time I have left obsessing over a hypothesis that cannot even be proven in the first place.
But above all else, my daily number is...
But I can, sir. I can do it for us. The time is right. Give me all that I need, and I shall accomplish this grand feat on your behalf.
You're right. I shall do just that. In the next meeting of the sages, I will spare no efforts fighting for the rights you deserve. Go. Establish your own school of thought. Find out what we are. Become the one who conquers the ultimate truths of the world.
Child of humanity.
Hey.
You didn't go to such lengths for an audience with Kefali. Just ask him a few questions, did you?
So, you figured it out. If I were as foolish as a Dromus, perhaps I'd throw myself down and prostrate before their greatness, begging for the gods' prophetic wisdom. Well, sorry to disappoint, but I'm no Dromus. Alas, I am a human, standing tall on 2 feet, possessing both intellect and pride.
And pride.
Before such power, does it make any difference whether you're a human or a Dromus?
I'm sure you're familiar with the story of the Styxians. When the raging waves threatened to swallow them, they didn't just give up and become sitting ducks. No. They constructed a dam that kept the roaring tide at bay, chaining down the mad Fagusa.
Será que um dia a gente vai pra essa cidade? Apesar de que tá bem parecido com... Calma. Styxians. Essa não é a cidade da Castoris, não, né? Era outra cidade dela, né? Esqueci o nome.
They call me a blasphemer, Xerxes.
Aidonia,
but
isso.
that doesn't mean I deny the existence of gods. It's just, as I see it, Titans are simply a force that mankind has yet to find a way to tame.
Oh, if power that rivals the Titans is what you crave, why not conform to the prophecy and brave the trial?
Why stop at harnessing the power of the Titans when I can do so much more? The source of life is what I wish to grasp, to understand what makes up the soul, and to learn what we really are. Thanks to you, I've had the chance to personally verify, in more ways than one, that the soul indeed ceases to exist in death. But where there is death, there is life. And where there is an end, there must also be a beginning. How then is a soul born? That was the only unknown variable left in my calculations.
E como que você vai...
And by the sound of it, you have already formed a conjecture.
No, I have already drawn a conclusion. In my journey unto death just now, I finally saw the answer with my own eyes.
Professor Anaxa.
Essa voz é Castoris, né?
I'm here.
É.
Her life hangs by a thread. I must ask you to refrain from taking any unnecessary steps.
Of course. I'll bring this to a conclusive end and give you the answer you so desire.
Onde está o Thanatos?
However, in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, I must also demand from you what I need.
E o que você precisa é... Carinha de sorriso dela.
As you wish.
Don't you care to know what the price might be?
Então, ela só pode oferecer uma coisa, né, o Anax?
It's a matter of uncovering the truth about the Death Titan and her survival. This may be the only time I can ever save someone's life. There is no need for me to think twice.
Eita.
I see. In that case,
Let the show begin.
Indulge me. Am I correct to say that you intend to prove Thanatos' whereabouts and prove the nature of our existence now?
Before I begin, I must confess I had been stuck in a cognitive trap all this time. As unrelated as these two propositions may seem at first glance, they are in fact logical equivalents. They are merely two different ways of telling us about what the soul is at its core. The reason I say this is, as I've mentioned earlier, the answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Yes, I am but a living dead man now, but that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes. That's not all. Remember how I said you were a part of that conversation too, Circes?
And I've told you that I have no recollection of such an event. That was likely just an illusion conjured up by the mind of a dying man.
Of course you would remember. Because that wasn't you. That was Calypso, one of the 7 sages of the Grove.
Calypso?
It's a Calypso.
Huh? Oh, that's the name I made up on a whim when speaking to this girl. How do you know of it?
Ah, é, quando ele perguntou da Calypso, ela tinha sumido. Já ia falar, ué.
And surely you jest. Don't you think I, of all people, would know if that were the name of one of the 7 sages under the shade of my tree? Don't you claim to know the Grove's past like the back of your hand?
It seems you've lost even the memories seared into your soul. Use your head, Circes. Since all of this took place in the realm of the dead, it stands to reason their likenesses are of souls from the past. The living cannot step foot into that world, so who could they be? Think about Calypso. Why does she share your likeness, yet you have no idea who she is? The answer is evident, is it not? Those fallen heroes are the mortal incarnations of the Titans before their ascensions to godhood. The gods aren't master creators born out of thin air, and they are no different from humans, because they all evolved from one.
Mesmo processo de Aeon. Ficou sem argumentos.
Does this answer disappoint you?
Yes, because you've answered nothing. If I truly was once human, as you claim, then where do the children of humanity come from?
Even on the off chance that you speak the truth, this brings us no closer to grasping Thanatos' whereabouts. How are we to find them?
I knew you would say that. But it matters not. I know what I'm doing. Actually, why don't we have this supreme being standing before us tell us everything?
You can revive a Titan?
Humans cannot return from the dead. Neither can gods. But all we need to do is look at this from a different perspective, and the problem will resolve itself. The solution is simple. Just like what you did to me.
Você vai colocar a Core Flame dentro dele?
If I'm reborn as Kefali, I can rebuild the world and all within it as they once did.
Entendi.
Simple, is it not?
Não tá ganancioso demais não, Anaxa? In the meantime...
I have news from Hyacinth and Danhung. Anaxa might be trying to do something with Kefali's divine body.
Kefali? But what could Anaxa want? Is the Council of Elders going to sit around and let such a sacrilegious act unfold?
That is not possible. He is indeed the great performer, capable of fooling anyone and everyone with his tricks.
I'm sorry.
No need for guilt, for this is good news to us. The Council of Elders has found themselves a traitorous ally. Anaxa's ambitious desires will be something we can exploit. What we should be doing now is to keep our eyes peeled for whichever trickery Kindness is up to, and react accordingly to thwart her plans. Being Akima's political center, the Demigod Council holds just as much significance as the Vortex of Genesis. Someday, after my duty is over, this site will take the place of the battlefield where you hunt gods. Become the next challenge you are to overcome. Till then, it's best to get used to this place as soon as possible.
We will be waiting here for good news. Come find us anytime you need something. Qual vai ser a merda que vai dar?
The Christosiers only have their standing because of the Council of Elders. How dare they trample over it?
Wow. These people are shooting daggers with their eyes.
It's been a while.
O que você tá fazendo aqui, mano? E aí, Oleg de Anforius? Never met.
What is that supposed to mean? Is this really the sort of person that the young lord praised as a ferocious warrior?
Ai, muito bom.
It has indeed been some time, Lord Krateros. What brings you here in such haste?
Shh, keep it down. Be more vigilant. See those duplicitous dogs over there? They do the dirty work for Kindness. I've already ordered my people to hold them back, but we should still lay low. Unless you're itching for a bloody fight to get a workout in.
My bad. So, did something happen?
Did you hear thunderclaps last night?
It wouldn't be hard not to notice thunderclaps in broad daylight. Pode crer. No, I'm a heavy sleeper. It's Acheron! Hooray, Acheron! Someone's coming to save us!
What?
Então, o bom do Star Rail é isso, né, mano? Eles sabem que pecam em algumas coisas e aproveitam pra fazer piada nisso.
She's been through a lot lately. Please pardon her. Can you tell us more about these thunderclaps?
Thunderclaps are beacon signals of strife. They are a message from the young lord. He threw a spear bearing several words at Akama.
Caralho, o cara tá atacando o bagulho lá.
Watch out. The Flame Reaver is back.
Ih, já voltou?
I guessed as much. We didn't actually kill them back at the Kremnos Arena.
Bom, a gente pensou que ia pelo menos segurar ele um pouco mais de tempo, né?
I figured this is something you would want to know. We Kremnoans never back down from a fight. So if you plan to take that thing down in a battle, reach out to me anytime.
Beleza, Cráteras.
You have my gratitude. I will let Aglaya know about this right away.
Por que você tá triste, Final?
Remind her to be on her toes while you're at it. That vicious kindness has been unusually active lately. Those lackeys she keeps undercover have been going in and out of the city a lot more frequently these days. Some even seem to be getting Kremnoans to defect to the council.
Better.
Looks like you can see it for yourself.
We should get back. Thank you for the intel, Lord Crateros.
Eu gosto das duas. O Memes tinha seu charme, mas a voz dela é fofinha. Falando normal. Point of view. Agora eu posso usar meu time. Eita, eu vi isso aqui. In the same element of debate, a theater under the gods watch. Here at the center of all beings, we dare to listen, speak, and deliberate. Reason out rules, establish laws, and pronounce death. Oh gods, does this amuse you? Aí, nessa questão foram duas quests já gigantescas só de memes.
By Catholic into Lenten above, as the Theoros I have observed. Virtuous citizens of Akima, Finan Vides, Elysiae, and the Outlander are heading toward us.
E eu preocupado com os baús. Não, pior que teve um baú mais cedo que eu fui pegar, eu falei, mano, tomara que não seja o bichinho que eu tô com pressa. Ainda bem que não foi. Porrada!
Aglaya, what happened here?
I know about the poisonous fangs of that king snake through the golden threads. In the past, I would be confident about keeping her in check, but I admit I am now unable to do so.
What do you mean?
Então, né? Não é nem baú. Mano, as plaquinhas da Achievement só. Pra que um ladrão de placa? Não tem nada. O cara já tá fazendo isso pra nos irritar, de fato.
It is no longer about eloquence or arguments. I have been a demigod for far too long that I hardly have any humanity left. Before I realized it, I have become no different from these hypocrites, no longer capable of relating to the people. This has come a lot sooner than I expected. But perhaps it is time. I need you to step up, Finan, in order for me to retreat behind the scenes.
Calma. Entendi direito ou a Aglaya tá dando a liderança do Chrysosaur pro Final?
Yes, this is my duty, but...
It is far easier for the Council of Elders to fool many than just fool one person. Their so-called more support is no more than a ruse to distribute power using words instead of lances. There is no glory in winning this debate, but that makes having respect for humans so much more priceless. Finan, you are a Chrysos heir without flaw, capable of relating deeply with humans.
I appreciate what you've taught me, Aglaya. I hope we'll live up to your expectations and win this debate.
Vai ser aquela... já que agora eu tô perto, né? Provavelmente vai ser aquela mecânica de advogado. O cara já tá loucaço.
You've done well, Lord Calictus. Let me take over and personally close this debate for today. Dearest counselors, let it be known that I sorely miss the blissful times portrayed in lyrical poems. Back then, Amphorius was home to nearly 1,000 cities, each with their own local faith, while gods walked the earth and shared close bonds with humans. Yet, in the present, people from all over are forced to leave their homeland to seek refuge in the holy city, where they hope to rest under Kefali's protection. All of us have long been in the same boat, with no way out of this plight. We didn't have a choice in the past, but now the Council of Elders brings to the table a new possibility. All I have left is one question for you. Would you rather strive toward the unheard of Era Nova, or return to the prosperous Era Chrysia of our past? Make your choice.
Cara, eu tô confundido. Essa Era Chrysia não é justamente a era que deu mais merda? Ou eu tô confundindo as coisas?
Now, which of the two would lead mortals to an ideal future?
If it's possible to bring Heracracia back, no hesitation, stand by nova era. Deixa eu ver aqui. Se fosse possível. But how are you supposed to send Ampharius back to Heracracia?
We all know that Era Chrysia is a thing of the past, Lady Kindness.
Please, enlighten me. How does the Council of Elders plan to turn back time?
Let the three Titans of Calamity be born, and Era Chrysia is nevermore. But bring demise to those Titans, and Era Chrysia will descend upon us again.
Let the three Titans of Calamity be born, and Era Chrysia is nevermore. But bring demise to those Titans, and Era Chrysia will descend upon us again. Tá falando pra matar a Castorice, o Maidei e... Quem é o outro Calamity? A Cypher, né? Yeah. Ué.
Know that the Council of Elders is never one to make empty promises. Look at who we have on our side. Anaxagoras, one of the Grove's 7 sages, and Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death. With the help of these two heroes, I can promise all of you that Era Chrysia will exist once more.
Aren't they Chrysos heirs? They're supporting the Council of Elders instead?
It's clear from the start that these heroes do not get along well in their group. All the more proof that Aglaya is unfit to speak on behalf of every Chrysos heir. I am in favor of Era Chrysia.
Era Chrysia! Era Chrysia!
Meu Deus do céu, gente. Que cringe. Você é a última linha de defesa até, né, Cass? Cara, não é possível que essa galera não vê que tudo isso é um plano dos Chrysler. Nossa, que atuação linda.
Casters? Why are you standing over there?
You finally arrived, Naxa. So have you, Cass.
Don't worry, Aglaya. Well, I know that you have many queries. Could you continue to converse like how the citizens normally do?
Tell me, dear citizens, if we successfully retrieve and return Thanatos' core flame without anyone passing the Death Titan's trial, what would happen next?
The answer is simple. We will have a chance to rid the world of death and bring Amphorius back to an era when all beings live forever. We'll usher in a new future that will be entirely different from the flame chase journey.
Eu não consigo enxergar a parte boa de viver pra sempre, mano. Minha nossa senhora, cara. Cara, vai ser legal nos próximos 100 anos, 200 anos. Porra, 1000, 10 mil anos? Caralho. Acordando sempre na mesma merda, velho. Você é louco. Members of the Council of Elders are discussing fervently.
Your proposal is much too idealistic. As long as the Black Tide still exists, how can we go back to the old days?
Pois é.
Remember what I previously said? Kefali's core flame is guarded by the secret power of the Council of Elders. Plus, Pagusa's water curtain will be able to block out any external perceptions. Tell me, dear citizens, have any of you ever seen even a glimpse of the threat that this person is talking about anywhere within the walls of this majestic holy city?
But this place will become the Flame River's target sooner or later. Eita porra, isn't this just survival bias? Yeah, isn't this just survivorship bias?
If we eliminate death, then there's no need for us to fear that Flame Reaver, right?
Is it though?
Citizens, let's loudly sing the blessed hymn. Oh, beautiful old world, where are you now? Oh, legendary Erechrysia, return to the mortal realm.
After the destruction of the 3 Titans of Calamity, the Flame Chase journey will have to end.
This is bad. The masses are now totally riled up.
Anaxa, pray tell. Everything that you've mentioned hinges on the premise that we can find Thanatos' existence, right?
Thank you, Lady Aglaya, for still caring about this city. However, dear citizens, we are truly fortunate and blessed. For Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death, will surely find Thanatos under my guidance.
What?
With that, I solemnly promise that the core flame Lady Castorus brings back will be personally managed by the Council of Elders. Thereafter, if we are able to garner the support of all of you at the Citizens' Assembly, we shall spare no effort in ensuring that the Erechrysia will return to our world once again.
Meu Deus, cara.
With the balance shattered, the result is clear. Buy carefully into Lent and above, as the Theoros I have observed. Akama has chosen her destiny. The issue up for discussion at this citizens' assembly shall be modified to the suspension of the flame chase journey. This resolution shall be put up on the Wall of Heroes, such that all citizens are aware of the city's way forward.
Ih, ferrou. O design dele é muito foda, mano. Eu só não gosto da forma que ele fala.
Aglaya, dear Aglaya, what has caused your heart to soften? You also don't seem to be as quick-witted as before.
Wag your tongue as much as you like. Since the flame chase journey has been preordained by the prophecy, our failure has never been on the cards.
Well then, I guess we'll find out if that's true at the Citizens' Assembly.
Eu não acho que ele fala lento. Eu acho que o modo que ele fala pra mim é que é irritante. Lagos announces the conclusion of the debate and the attendees part ways. Acabou o Crossuzar. Acabou a quest então? E aí, Mina, qual é a tua?
Well, it seems that when I sent you to look for Anaxa, I unintentionally facilitated your partnership with him instead.
My apologies, everyone. I know that you have many questions to ask me. I will answer them to the best of my knowledge.
In that case, please tell us as much as you can.
What happened when you went to look for
In
Anaxa?
actuality, he showed me a past that was both long and heavy.
Nossa, o cara jogou a irmã dela na cara dela.
The reason I say this is as I've mentioned earlier. The answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Yes, I am but a living dead man now. But that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes.
Caster's point of view.
Have you heard of this tale before? A tale about the ocean god's treasured pearl, our hometown. It was a seaside town which enjoyed the ocean breeze and glorious, peaceful times, thanks to the wisdom of its ruling queen.
A imagem não tá tão pacífica assim não, mas tudo bem. Ah, mas é contra o Black Tide.
Until one day, an evil dragon descended upon the town. Its wings were large enough to blot out the sun, while its claws were sharp enough to rip the waves apart. It barged into the tall tower and devoured the queen's beloved daughter. It even settled itself in her bedroom, like a tyrant king.
Ah, pode crer, pode crer. É ali, né, perto da rocinha, né? It barged into the tall tower and devoured the queen's beloved daughter. It even settled itself in her bedroom like a tyrant king.
The queen assembled 300 warriors who managed to subdue the evil dragon by chaining it up. However, when the queen slit open the dragon's belly, she realized that the princess had long since been digested, and all that was left of her was a pile of bones. Devastated, the queen wept for several days. It was then that a devious, smooth-talking scholar arrived at the palace and suggested that the princess could be revived
through the use of dragon bone and dragon blood. That liar called this process the secret art of alchemy.
Tá, tô pegando a referência.
The princess was reborn. The queen was overjoyed, blissfully unaware that the evil dragon's soul still lurked within the princess's body. As revenge, the evil dragon swallowed the poor queen, the glib liar, the courageous warriors, and all of the town's innocent civilians in a single gulp.
Gulp.
Worse still, the souls of the deceased refused entry to the Netherrealm because they were filled with regret. Forced to roam the mortal realm, these resentful souls ultimately converged into a river of souls that would not retreat for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
The terrifying death had consumed all. Thereafter, our hometown fell into ruin as well. Until... Actually, I don't know what happened next either.
Oh my... It seems that you still like to whet people's appetites even after all this time, Pelixia. So, according to your story, this is how I used to look? It's practically a mirror image.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, what exactly is this?
A miracle that I created with alchemy. As for what it is and how I was able to accomplish it, I'll keep the answers to myself for now.
Tá bom.
My goodness, is this cliffhanger really necessary?
Dá um tapa nele aí, Cersei.
Quiet, Titan. Continue to enjoy this splendid play, and the truth will naturally reveal itself.
Dragon, huh? I've heard this legend before.
In that case, what do you think of it?
I think that this so-called alchemy was a tenuous analogy added to the story by future generations. After all, you've never heard of a tradition of alchemy in your hometown before, have you?
Indeed. Before I left home to pursue my education, I never even knew that anybody was looking into this area of study.
Therefore, we can just treat this tale as a fable told to young children.
A fable, you say? If so, what moral is it trying to impart to the kids?
Não ressuscite as pessoas.
I guess it might be the concept of equivalent exchange?
Oh? I thought the moral might be closer to something like honor the dead. What? At a loss for words?
No. I merely realized that we're both thinking of the same principle. If life is priceless, then there is hardly anything else in this world that is of equal weight to it, right?
Indeed. As expected of the wisest scholar in the land.
You flatter me. Why don't I ask you a question as well, as a form of equivalent exchange?
Of course. What is your question?
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect someone you loved?
What? What kind of strange question is this? I got it. You're just trying to get me to tell you whether I like anyone, right?
Let's just leave it at that. That was rude of me.
Yes, I would.
Oh?
days to come, I'm certain that someone whom I cherish deeply will leave me for good. If such a mighty power really existed, I think I would use it without hesitation. After all, you, me, and the rest will all have to face that fateful moment eventually. My time is finally here. However, perhaps because of my firm belief in the immeasurable value of life, I am unable to complete the trial.
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. It is a pity that fate is such a cruel mistress.
Is there no other way of interpreting those words?
I'm afraid that the meaning is clear. Between my sister and me, one must pay the price. Our trial can only be completed when the one chosen sacrifices her life. I'm afraid that the prophecy might even have selected a pair of twins for this exact purpose.
Isso é um preço pesadinho a se pagar, hein? Olha, só faltava justamente o dele, do Thanatos.
My sister is prepared to sacrifice herself. And yet, I can't do the same. How absurd. My time is almost up, but I'm still afraid to welcome death. What should we do? If I'm ultimately not able to make up my mind...
Since Chaos is willing to guide all of us and leave this trial to the end, there is still plenty of time for you to ponder.
That's right. Don't allow the fog of an uncertain future to cloud your mind.
Trial, prophecy, the topics that they're discussing seem familiar.
Ou seja, é um loop. Estamos numa samsara.
But these three people must not have left their names in the epics. Otherwise, I would have some recollection of this.
Amphorius' history before the Titans were born was complete chaos. Is that not strange by itself? I have long held three hypotheses about this. However, let's continue watching for now.
Calypso, Polixia, and this warrior. I seem to have met him somewhere before.
A memória da Castor está ficando ruim.
Regarding this matter, Nias, are you confident that you'll complete your trial?
Of course. Though, I am worried about what will happen once I've emerged victorious.
Looks like you have made up your mind.
Yes, this is the safest course of action.
Completely separating courage, honor, tenacity, sacrifice, and reason. You really know how to make things difficult.
Please, young lady, witness my Lady Calypso, you shall host the soul-rending ceremony.
I do not understand. Why would you dare to sacrifice yourself for a future that you won't get to witness?
Because this is our destiny. The power that resides within me is so intense that I will one day be engulfed by it. Furthermore, a valorous death before glorious return has always been the path I chose to walk. A journey I began long ago. If your sister or Kaos were in my position, I believe they would make the same choice as well.
I'm not that brave. I don't know how I'm supposed to face such a serious affair.
Despite being Death's chosen one, it seems you still don't know how to face it. Let's chat, young lady. Perhaps I shouldn't end my journey so hastily. Since there's still time, I'm not worried about letting fate wait a little longer.
Of course. This warrior is Lord Anaias.
Castorius não dormiu direito, né? Não tá raciocinando bem ainda. Só agora você percebeu, Castorius?
As the embodiment of Nikador's divinity, he entrusted his life to us and allowed humankind to end his madness. That means that what I'm currently seeing before my eyes is, in fact...
Looks like one hypothesis of mine has already been proven true. These heroes are the true forms of the Titans, before they attain their divinity. If so, the chosen one of death that he speaks of is actually...
Polixia? Is the previous form of Thanatos? But her appearance...
If this is true, as long as we can find out where she went, we'll naturally be able to figure out the location of the Death Titan.
Aí. As long as we can find out where she went, we'll naturally be able to figure out. Ah, tá.
But before that, we first need to witness what ultimately happened to Lord Anaias.